All right. Oops.
Can I send on your channel?
Yes, of course. Thank you.
I don't know, we were promised some guests today after the first break, but I don't know if
Really?
if it happens.
Who?
Like Dana and I think also Roberto mentioned that Luca might come.
But I have the name. They should. Okay, then it's okay. I already But okay.
Yeah, we'll see.
We'll see.
Oof.
Can you switch up the microphone, please?
Good afternoon, everyone. We are in the 7th round of the Sardinia World Chess Festival.
Yes, welcome, welcome. Not so many rounds left. Well, in fact, we are in the end game of the tournament, so 3 last rounds. I remember back in the day, myself playing Opens, we used to have a joke that like 3 last rounds are the most important because before them you've already scored some points.
Yeah.
And, it's fun to say, but 3.5 out of 6 and then finishing on 3 out of 3 makes you more points than being 6 out of 6 but losing 3 last rounds. So last rounds are indeed important, and we have quite a matchups today, like 2 2600s playing each other, for instance. I think it's the first time in this tournament. So we will check the standings, the pairings quickly. And for the standings, we have a sole leader, Yair Parhov, started tremendously well, 5 out of 5, then made a draw yesterday against Alan Pichot, so 5.5 points for him. Then 4 people on 5. It's Alan Pichot, Maxim Chigayev, Luca Moroni, and interestingly, Jordan Van Forest. So as you can see, Alan and Maxim, they were playing kind of upper half of the tournament. Then Luca Moroni started with a draw, and Jordan Van Forest even worse, started with the loss, but then he won 5 games in a row. And then on 4.5, we have, I think, up to 15 players, so we couldn't fit them all in the screen, but pretty much all the ELO favorites are on 4.5. Like Fedoseev, Sugirov, and so on. Right. So we will check the pairings, yeah? So the pairings, Parhov is playing black against Maxim Chigayev, and then the game that I really hyped for is Pichot against Van Forest. So 2 very high-rated players. And yeah, Van Forest seems to be on a roll with 5 out of 5 in the last 5 rounds, but today it is a very serious test for him, of course, playing black against Alan.
Alan Pichot was playing really wonderful chess these rounds, so we expect a really good game today.
Yeah, he has a very good tournament so far. Then, yeah, and one of our players on 5 points, Luca Moroni, couldn't find the opponent on 5 points, right? So he's playing with Volodar Murzin, who is half a point behind. So Moroni also has the black pieces. Then we have all the usual suspects like Fedoseev against Bharat, then Kirill Shevchenko is white against Benny Eisenberg, and so on and so on. Darda is here, Musart, Turkish Edis Gurel, Lorenzo Lodici, and so on and so on.
Someone I'm curious is, you can see Yair Parkov with the title of Grandmaster. So that means I updated the list in May, something like that.
Yeah, probably.
Because in the first rounds he was as an international master, but now we can see Grandmaster. Yes.
Right, impressive, yeah. Okay, and as usual, we will mostly concentrate on kind of top boards, top 5, top 10 boards, and of course we'll check the games of the streamers. In the B tournament, Alexandra Botes is leading, right? By the way, to my shame, I didn't check if she is leading. She made the draw yesterday. Is she leading alone?
Yeah, she's leading alone. The thing was yesterday, the 2 persons with less half point behind, they drew.
So nobody caught up with her?
No.
Yeah, so Alexandra is on 5.5 out of 6, also like very impressive result. Yeah, I think we can start with the game. Not much to say about the game on board 1, right? So it's too early. C4, knight f6, knight f3, c5, symmetrical English. Really, it can be anything. It can be any opening you want. Like white can play e3, d4 and switch to pretty much anything Queen's Gambit related. You can play d4 for some sharper English lines, like one of the older favorite of mine was this e5 move when black sacrifices the pawn like this, d5, cd5, and you cannot take, right, because of this trick, and knight c7. So after cd5, bishop to c5, then castle short, and so on, so on. But yeah, again, only 2 moves played, so not much of a discussion here. On board 2, Pichot against Jordan Van Forest. Here we have something relatively classical. Bishop c4, Jordan played knight to f6. 2 knights, nobody's playing knight g5 now, regrettably. So d3, and then transposes to the gioco piano Italian. Castles and d7, d6. And yeah, and anything can happen. Oh, well, castle, I'm trying to understand, is castle the main move, or sometimes they play c3, right? Sometimes they play castle. I have no idea what's the main difference.
Yeah, c3, he already plays.
And he also played c3, so that means there is no difference. They've transposed into one of the two. After c3, black plays a7, a5. Relatively modern approach. So point being that this bishop needs to, after d4, needs to retreat somewhere. Well, you can put it on b6 as well, but then white usually seizes some space here. So 2 moves that are popular are either a6 and put the bishop on a7, or a5, well, with the same idea to put the bishop on a7, but also stopping b2, b4. Both have some drawbacks. Currently a5 is more popular, and that much I know. That's the only stuff I know about this position. We have a little bit lower boards. On board 6 we have a funny line that I think is the repetition of a game couple of rounds ago. This black puts the knight on g6 and white goes h4. I think we've seen it.
Yes.
And also played very fast, so I don't know, is it like some strange preparation? So bishop b5, I think the previous game was without a6, so maybe it makes some difference. And I wonder if it was Darda playing it, or it was just someone else and he happens to repeat it. I think it was him playing the same line. Knight to g6, and then, yeah, white goes h4.
I can check.
Let me see if there is something. Well, computer likes white position after h4, but it's not clear. It's not clear. I think it's still the preparation from both players. Should be the preparation from both players. Well, some games are barely started, like for instance on board 7, Jules Moussard is not yet. Oh, okay, he arrived at the board, because I was worried, like it was showing e4 and no reply from black, and finally we can see Jules arriving at the board, and Frenchman playing the French defense, e7, e6.
Again.
Yes, I think we've seen some French from him like a couple of rounds ago. Yep. And he's wearing a nice chess hoodie. I don't know if it's...
That's the Botes.
That's the Botes stream hoodie. Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay. I had no idea. Right, so that's... right, now I see the signature.
Then, yes.
The signature on the sleeve, yeah. So he's wearing branded stuff. So I'm checking some like lower boards in attempt to find interesting opening positions. There are quite a few, I have to say. And checking, some of our grandmasters, some of our leaders, or rather heroes of the first rounds, like Nicholas Huschenbett, who had a very good start, and so on and so on. Now they are in the middle of a cross table, so it's not that the tournament is easy for everybody. Yeah. We could check the openings, since we've seen the Botes Sisters logo. We could check the openings on their boards as well,
okay. Yeah.
Just quickly. And we'll start with Alexandra Botes. Not Not a lot of stuff to be said about this. She has played the French defense. I don't know if it's her opening.
It's her main opening. She plays a lot in French.
And her opponent
from France.
Yeah, so that's also a bit ironic.
Benoit.
C5, C3, knight C6, and bishop to D7. Bishop D7, rook C8 is relatively fashionable line in the blockade French to early put the rook on C8 and then have some tactical ideas with C takes, knight B4. Okay, so that's for Alexandra Botes, and then Andrea Botes playing with the white pieces against Thomas Fontaine.
Another French
player. Yeah.
Yes.
And here we have d4, d5, knight c3, an attempt to play very soft opening, or Jobava London as people call it, and black has played c7, c5. And here I'm curious, Andrea replied with e3, c takes, e takes, knight f6. I think e4 should be quite a strong move here. e4 should be quite a strong move here. So the thing is, if white plays d4, d5, c4, the queen's gambit, one of the rare and probably not entirely correct replies with black is a move knight c6, which is called Chigorin defense. Yep, so back in the day when Chigorin was one of the, so that makes it like more than 100 years ago, right, when he was one of the strongest players in the world, he was playing this line. And one of the theoretical lines would be like you take on d5, queen d5, and after e3, black goes e5. So in Andrea's case, she could do e4 immediately, c d4, queen d4, and it's the same position, tempo up. And in case black captures on e4, I think you can go d5 or you can go knight e2. So you sacrifice the pawn temporarily, but hope for a serious. I think d5 should be considered. So you're hoping for a serious initiative. Well, the way she played is also perfectly fine. Bishop f4. It's just that usually I think black is doing well if he's precise, and by black being precise, I mean probably needs to play a6 because knight b5 is quite annoying. If you go knight c6, there is knight b5, and it's a big problem. Okay, we'll see. We'll see. Shall we check Zach as well?
Zach, yes.
Yeah. So Zachary Sen against George Samir David from, I'm not even sure, from Egypt or what?
Yeah, I think that's the Egypt flag.
Yeah.
I can double check.
And here it's a lot of moves played already. So it's a heavy theoretical discussion in the Nida variation, which Zach seems to be familiar with. a6, f3, e5, bishop e6, and after bishop e3, black plays h5. I'm not sure. It's kind of considered to be a bit old-fashioned nowadays, but still very much playable line for black. Knight d5 immediately is one of the moves, I guess. Knight to d7, queen d2, and rook to c8. And he has played c4. Yeah. So rook c8 feels like maybe it's okay. I don't know. c4. Yeah, I'm not sure about rook c8. I think something's wrong with rook c8, because one of the ideas for black would be just to play g6, bishop g7, castle short first. And sometimes you play a5 and try to play a4, and that's why the rook is good on a8. Yeah, like for instance g6, and white does the same as in the game, goes c4. Think you can play a5, threatening a4. If white plays a4, somehow c4 and a4 leaves Leaves a very nice square on b4 for black. Anyway, too early to tell. Still absolutely playable position, but looks like white might be better. Computer's funny, look. So c5, I don't know if c5 is a threat after c4, but computer, one of the lines it gives, if black plays b6 to stop c5, white goes c5 anyway.
Anyway.
Yeah, and if takes on a6, and black has a very nice looking compact structure, right? I mean, g6, bishop
I'm
b7.
just looking like knight a5 and knight c6.
Yeah, this is also possible, but let's win the pawn first. That's, I think, that's the point. Yeah, knight a5. You're absolutely right. If black would have played b5 here, let's say, stopping c4. So b5 in this particular position, I think, is just bad because of a4. But nonetheless, the lines where black plays b5, and one of the possible moves would be knight a5, and then try to get it on c6. Yeah, so this is also possible.
David George Amir is a FIDE master from Egypt. I think he is, if I'm not wrong, 12 years old? No, 13 years old, I think.
13 years old, yeah.
Yes, but he's having a bad tournament, losing more than 50
Elo points.
Yes, Elo points.
Wow. Just found on one of the lower boards, found a very, very funny position. I wouldn't be able to tell which board it is, but the game is between Borna Derakshani and Dion Krivenko. So that's somewhere on lower boards. I just, I like the position. White developed everything, including the king. The king is on f3, which is very unusual. And it comes from this line of the Sicilian. In fact, it's a known, not the position they currently have, but known idea with king going forward. This line of the Sicilian, e5, knight d5, knight e4. And it's, of course, a very serious weakness on d6. So in order to not to get in trouble, black has to act very precise. Queen c7 provoking f4, then queen b6. Interestingly, seems like black is losing time, but now some knight e3 is the idea. And white goes c4, bishop b4 check, and now not to allow knight e3, he goes king e2. And after f5, he goes knight f2, and after bishop a6, he goes king f3.
Wow.
So the king is in front of all the other pieces, and strangely, it is a theoretical position, even it has some grandmaster games in the database. Knight e7, bishop e3, and then, like, the only critical moment is here, because, of course, with the king on f3, there can be some ideas. But it's already checked with the computer, white is doing fine, and therefore black has to come back. And the moment black comes back, white starts developing the pieces, and of course is much better in this situation. Queen d6 is a funny move, because now if you exchange the knight, it's hard to find the place for the knight and also for the bishop. Like in case of knight g6, b3 maybe even, like the bishop is not doing that much. In case of knight c8, it can be a funny position. c5, and then the knight is...
The knight is...
Yeah, like takes. You say, okay, I'll go here. Maybe it goes a5, and then a4. And the knight is still locked, yeah. And then you go knight d3. There's a square on e5 for white knight, so white is winning this kind of setups.
Really?
So when queen d6, queen b6, bishop e2, c5, and here's the position. Okay. All right. So hopefully we've got some action on the top boards.
Yeah.
Let's go check. All right.
Maxim Chigayev.
Chigayev against Yair Parhov. We have very early in the game. We have an
They
endgame.
exchange the queens.
They exchange the queens, yes. So after this, white played b2, b3, d5, and then c takes queen, knight takes, knight c3. And this is something very, very unusual. I have to say, what was, I think this was the, no. Like e3, d5, c d5, knight d5. I'm trying to recall, there was a line played by Magnus Carlsen against MVL, something like that. Queen d1, king d1, and then again king c2 and so on. So this looks somewhat similar. It's just that instead of e3, white has probably the better move, b3. King d1, I would expect white to be slightly more pleasant in this position. If he's allowed, of course, to develop his stuff, because c5 pawn creates some weaknesses. It's hard to, even hard to explain, but let's say black does something reasonable, puts the bishop on g7, white goes king c2, goes bishop e3, attacks this, after b6 goes knight d2, and the plan is to go f3, a4, put the bishop on c4. Somehow white's position is more pleasant in this case. So black will have to look for some nice way of organizing his pieces. Bishop f5 is what computer suggests, but white can play knight d2 and still have e4. Don't know, I would probably consider c4 here, so that if white takes, his pawns are doubled, but maybe it's just waste of time because white can play e4 anyway. Yeah, and then takes, and the rook is open and everything. So interestingly enough, it looks like very quiet approach from white. Okay, you exchange the queens, you're seemingly not fighting for the advantage, but it's quite poisonous, and especially against the opponents who prefer sharp tactical games, like to have this kind of an endgame where your opponent might think, okay, you exchange the queens, maybe you want to draw, so I shouldn't be too much worried.
Yeah, I think he would be happy enough to have a draw here.
Of course he wants a draw, but all I'm saying, it's not that Chigaev wants a draw. He just plays this quiet opening to hope for kind of outplaying his opponent later on. I think that's his point of, like, I don't know how much preparation he has done. Like after b3, d5 is a good move, but not the only move. So black could do anything. After knight c3, once again, this exchange in queen d1 is by far not the only move black can play. You can go knight c6 simply because d5 is not threatened yet. You can go knight c7, this is sometimes they do as well, to put it on e6, d4. So I'm saying it's unlikely that this specific position he was expecting to get. It's simply just the game and not, just the game and not the deep preparation. Board 2, Gioco Piano Italia, and we leave for now. Nothing will be clear till move 15 at the very least. And
board 3?
Board 3. Yeah, let's check board 3. Luca Moroni is again in this group of players who are just half point behind the leader, and he's facing Volodar Murzin.
Yeah.
So Rui Lopez here, the Spanish, was bishop b5, a4, a6, bishop a4, knight to f6, and early d2, d3. There is this line with d3, right? Or d3 on move 5. And d3 on move 5, as far as I remember, kind of the main recipe was to go bishop c5 here. So the bishop is more active on this diagonal, and you could have, after a few more moves, you could have positions very similar to the Jacobianos. d6, h3, then bishop a7 would be very similar to Jacobiano games. So white in Jacobiano has bishop on c4 and say knight d2. Here white spent 2 tempi to get on a4, but then when he gets to, like, if it's Italian, they play bishop c4, then bishop b3, then bishop c2, right? In our case, bishop goes to b5, a4, and c2. Same, 3 moves. So it can be, later on in the game, can be direct transposition, full transposition to Jacobiano. Black decided to go d6, which is also like absolutely reasonable. Prepares to go bishop d7, and white captured on c6. So I'm not sure. It's probably not the fight for the opening advantage. It's more of a let's just get some position and play. Because if we compare, it's not the exchange variation, of course, right? Because in exchange variation, black captures with the d pawn, bishop c6, dc6. Yeah? But something like that is possible. Bishop a4, d6, so-called Morphy-Steinitz defense. And then one of the lines is bishop takes, pawn takes, castles, knight f6. And then, of course, white will not play d3, but rook e1 and try to play d4 in one go. So compared to this more kind of straightforward line, white will be in many positions. White will be a tempo down because he played d3, and his main idea in such positions is still to play d4. Yeah, so it shouldn't be too dangerous for black. So Luka should be relatively happy with the outcome of the opening after only 7 moves. On board 4, we have Fedoseev with the white pieces against Bharat Subramanyam. And remember Fedoseev's game yesterday when it was so weird that he didn't take on g3 and like have a winning position very early in the opening. So I got the chance to ask him and didn't get, the convincing answer. He was not sure himself, so he just like spent a lot of time, and even the top-rated players sometimes they take very strange decisions. That's the explanation. Okay, so what happens here is another instance of the Queen's Gambit, and black captured on c4. This I'm not even sure how we have to call it, because it can transpose into various lines. It can be the Vienna variation of the e4, bishop b4, and bishop g5, for instance, or at some point the pawn sacrifice with bishop c4 was very popular. Bishop c4, knight takes, and white just castles. Then knight takes, pawn takes. Now taking on c3 is like super dangerous. I'm not sure, but almost loses. Rook b1, and then somehow they would switch this rook. Like you castle, and they go queen d3, I think. And after bishop a5, I remember there were these lines, yeah, like even rook b5, rook h5. So it's a very strong attack. So second pawn is impossible to take. And instead, the moves are either bishop e7 or bishop d6. Both are playable. White went for the most modest approach, going e3, a6, bishop c4, b5, bishop e2, and here we transpose to Queen's Gambit accepted. Position of the Queen's Gambit accepted with early white's knight on c3, which is usually not very well placed there. So black should be relatively happy with the opening outcome. And yeah, this d takes c5 also suggests that this is a very dull position, very symmetrical. Either knight c5, bishop c5 is possible. All right, so we are back. This was board 4, Fedoseev against Bharat. Very solid opening from the Indian Grandmaster, and not much to do for Fedoseev for now. Yeah. And then I'm not even sure, like most of the positions we have are just like, you know, the game is just starting, not much to discuss. There is quite an interesting game happening on, let me see what it is, board 8, I think.
Gurel?
Yeah, Gurel, yes, Ediz Gurel from Turkey against Tudor Henry Edward. By the way, 2279 is rating of player with the black pieces, so he's one of the lower rated guys who performs really well in this tournament. Or it's not the guy, is it the guy? Is it the girl? I don't see it. Looks like it's a girl.
Okay, let me see. I think
the name doesn't make sense though.
Yeah, it's a
Edward.
guy.
Edward.
I think he's just have long hair.
So it's okay. We will have to. Yeah. Now it's clear that. Okay. Anyway, so it's a Sicilian defense, Najdorf, with bishop to g5, and black has played knight b to d7. And back then, I think there were some problems with this lineup. I would not remember what exactly. Bishop c4, queen b6, bishop b3, e6. That's something like really, really sharp, first of all. Queen d2, bishop e7, castles, knight c5, f3, queen to c7, and g4. Black just played b5, so this is, of course, like something very interesting to play, and also very interesting to look at, because obviously king cannot stay in the center forever. Black will have to castle somewhere. Castling short feels like, you know, very strange decision, because white is ready to launch the attack, and in this case I think one of the options is, as counterintuitive as it is, to take on f6. So you give the kind of the very strong bishop, but then you go g5 immediately.
Yeah. And
after bishop e7, you go h4, and your attack develops relatively fast. You can play g6 maybe, like Murzin did.
Yeah, it's already, the attack is advanced.
Yeah, so that's why like castling short is dangerous. Keeping the king in the center maybe works for now, but you will have to do something. And I think the move now could be a move with the c8 bishop, and quite possibly to d7 and not b7, because usually that's much more typical Sicilian move, put the bishop on b7, right? But since white played f3 and e4, the bishop on b7 is not great.
And the bishop on d7
defends this guy, so that there won't be like sacrifices. And why you need to defend b5? Because quite possibly your plan is to go rook b8, a5, b4. You cannot go a5 immediately because this guy is hanging. But rook b8, a5, b4 is kind of possibly part of the plan. So this promises to be quite an interesting game. Sharp Sicilian.
He's 12 years old. He's a master from Romania.
Right, and
is this the Romanian
Ediz Gurel? Yeah, it is a Romanian flag, and Ediz Gurel is not much, not much older, if any older.
Yeah. Not, he's having a performance of 2500.
Right. And Ediz Gurel, no, he is actually older. He's
3 years older.
Yeah, almost. Almost 16. Okay, no updates on the top boards yet. But we could look once again on the game of Daniel Darda. This funny opening with 6 move h4, and white in this game is Ramazan Jalmakhanov, the player from Kazakhstan, who made the draw against Jules Moussat yesterday, and at some point was winning with the black pieces. So again, has a fantastic tournament. I think he won all of his games with white so far, or not really. Ah, no, there was a draw.
Yeah.
There was a draw against Sugiro. Tricky. Okay, so h4 this time was answered with h5, and I have to say that like this inclusion of h4 h5 should be in white's favor, because like bishop on g5 or knight on g5 in some positions. White played d4, captured everything on d4, b5, bishop goes, bishop b7. So here you had to play bishop b7 because c5, queen d5, white would win. Sorry, both f7
And the rook.
and the rook is hanging. Yeah, okay, that's the wrong one. f7 and the rook is hanging. After bishop b7, however, c5, c4 is a threat. So white played queen to d3.
And after c5.
Now after c5, probably bishop d5 is the point. Yeah, you don't want to play bishop d5 immediately, because black will have c6 first, sending the bishop back, and then still going c5, c4. So that's why kind of sidestepping this c5 tempo with queen d3. Also later on, queen can go to g3. Let's see, if black simply plays bishop e7, white, let's say, goes bishop d2, preparing long castle. After castle short, yeah, castle long, computer shows big advantage for white. Because I realize now, after this castle, there is also idea like to go g4, if pawn takes, go h5, h6.
Yeah, give the pawn.
Yeah, but open the files. Yeah, open the files. So the fact that black has h7, h5 played probably makes castling short not a great idea, really. So the question is how to develop for black, because the line suggested by computer is really tricky. So it's to go bishop here, and after bishop g5 to go f6, and this looks like incredibly ugly. This looks incredibly ugly, even though computer says you can do this, and probably castle long. White is better, but no, not dramatic. It can be played. Anyway, very interesting position, straight from the opening. And Darda, even though he was the one to choose this line, he spent more time.
Yeah,
So probably this h4 was a bit of a surprise. So do you have any favorites whose game we want to check?
maybe we can watch a local, maybe Lorenzo Lodici.
And this is on board 9, yes?
Yes, he's in the group of the 4.5 points.
So Lorenzo is playing with black against another grandmaster, Paul Welton from France. So it's a Sicilian with knight c6, e6, knight to c3, a6, bishop e3, knight f6, and queen f3. And queen f3 is sort of a very modern move.
I never saw queen f3 before.
In this one, yeah, in this position, what they play usually is bishop e2. I think some people were trying to play f4 here, also is a move. And f3, queen d2 is also a possible setup. Queen f3 is something relatively new. Queen f3, and after black plays d6, it's a transposition to the Scheveningen line. So that would be the move order of Scheveningen, and then like later on a6. And h2, h3. So the point of and he just played bishop d7. The point of h2, h3, I think, is if you castle,
e5.
First knight takes, and then if you take with the bishop, it's e5. Yeah. No, never mind. It's bishop e5. My idea was, of course, to show that bishop g4 works, but now e5 is terrible. e5, bishop e5. White is much better, even though black wins in exchange, right? Bishop f6, bishop d1. No, bishop f6, bishop f3, bishop d8, bishop d1. But according to the computer, white is still much better. Bishop h4, now this guy is hanging. After bishop g4, knight d5 or f4.
White is much better.
Yeah, even though I'm surprised, its computer says, okay, not much better, some 0.40, half a pawn better. Even though he is down exchange for only one pawn, but probably because of, you know, initiative and very strong knight on d5, yeah. Anyway, this did not happen. White played h3, so it's not only pointed against bishop g4, but also white prepares g4 himself, right? He could not play g4 at once because knight e5 and takes, or knight d4, e5 and takes. So h3, bishop d7, and g4 will likely to follow, maybe after castle long. I don't know, that's again, that's a hard to navigate position, as any Sicilian is. And in the Sicilian nowadays, computer is very optimistic for white, but practical results are showing that it's perfectly playable. Okay, so for now, Lorenzo is doing fine, I'm thinking. And there is no sign of, you know, deep opening preparation from white. And both players spent relatively same time. More, let's check some more games of maybe the players whom we had as our early favorites, like in the early rounds. I can see Niklas Huschenbeth, for example, playing on, I don't know which it is, like
board 13.
13.
I was curious about that one too, because yesterday I think Benjamin Halldorsen drew a game. So
yeah, so today, yeah, Benjamin, we also seen him, yeah, Benjamin Halldorsen against whom he played. You have his opponents, Fedoseev. Yeah, I remember he made a draw against Fedoseev, and so he also has like a very serious tournaments, right? Very serious tournament. He was Huschenbeth being his third grandmaster opponent. And another Najdorf with bishop g5, knight b to d7, bishop e3. Wow! This is something really surprising.
Yeah, it's like losing a tempo.
You're losing a tempo in a Najdorf variation. I'm sorry, but this is, and also not a bad tempo for black. Knight bd7 is usually not a terrible move, because, for example, there are funny ideas in the Najdorf. Like I can show one here, to go bishop e3, and then one of the lines is e6, the other one e5, and the third line. So sometimes there would be an opponent who plays exclusively knight g4. Knight g4 is also a theoretical line. And then the main would be bishop g5, h6, bishop h4, g5, bishop g3, blah, blah, blah. Also, some people were making draws like this. They would go bishop e3, and after knight g4, they would go back. Saying that there is not much to do for black other than go back to f6.
Yeah, the knight on e5 is not...
Yeah, you can, but then it's like, no, knight is better on f6. I think if white goes bishop c1, this is kind of the best you can do is to go knight on f6. But this is not the point I was making. Look, so we go here, we go bishop g5, black plays h6, and now we go bishop c1. And our confused opponent says, you know what, I don't understand anything, I go back to f6. And now it's the same Najdorf with black having an extra move, h7, h6.
Yeah.
In some positions, in some lines, it's useful, but also it can be very harmful. Like, for example, there is this line, I'm not sure, I think it's castles, b5. I'll try, it's a little bit made up line because I don't quite remember how it's, yeah, like this. And then after queen g3, black is supposed to castle. With the pawn on h7, he's supposed to castle, bishop h6, knight e8, and so on. But with the pawn on h6 already, he cannot castle, for example. So there were these tricky ideas that you would play the knight off with like one extra move, which potentially is harmful. But in our game, I have no, I mean, I don't have enough imagination to see how knight d7 can be bad for black. That's just such an obvious move following the plan. Bishop e3, e6, g4.
I think it's some preparation.
Of course, yeah. Of course, it's just that I'm saying it's not easy to understand. Let's say, in some cases, you show me the novelty and I'm saying, okay, it's a new move, it's a surprise, but I understand what he wants. Here, I have no idea. Like, why this particular line is, like, any good for white. Why would it be any good for white? But we'll see. Yeah, so g4, h6, h4, and queen to c7. Queen to c7 for now, in order to play b5, play bishop b7, so on, so on. I'm not sure. So our normal follow-up would be g5, but there is a little problem. The rook on h1 is hanging. Yes, so after hg, we cannot take with the pawn. How to prepare g5? I'm not sure. Like, one of the ways, again, would be queen f3 to guard the rook, but black has knight e5. And then we'll take the pawn. So queen f3 is also not great.
And rook g1.
Rook g1 is a possibility, and then g5. Or, alternatively, there is another cool move, or cool idea rather. I'm not sure if it's the move here, it could be bad, to put the rook on h3. And the point would be that after, say, b5, g5, if black cooperates, black shouldn't take. But if he cooperates, if he does everything, that not only I'm exchanging the rook, but also the bishop on h3 is good. Yeah, and now white's probably much better if you go
can be
at
a
g6,
sacrifice, yeah.
winning. Yeah, so something to think of for white. Computer, as always, gives some really funny moves like a3. I don't know why on earth would we play a3 here, even before black's b7, b5 move. So I imagine it's rook g1, and if black plays b5, then you go a3, right? There's some really strange looking d5 moves that computer recommends. I think I got some idea now. So d5, ed5, bishop b4 is what computer wants, playing with the tempo, attacking the knight. And that's why computer suggests let's start with a3. It's another strange looking move, but it's multi-purpose. It stops the whole idea with d5 because now there is no bishop b4. This is a deep stuff. Stops d5, and also after b5 it turns to be useful because it stops potential b4. Okay, let's see. If he plays a3, that means that he's really like deep prepared. Yeah. That would be clever. No, he played rook g1. So now, according to what I see from this not very deep computer, after rook g1, d5 should equalize.
And also, he took a little bit of time, so that's why I...
Probably doesn't know, yeah? So d5, ed5, bishop b4. How does that work? If I take bishop c3, queen c3, and I cannot block with any of the pieces, right? Queen d2, I'm losing the rook. Bishop d2, I'm losing the knight here. Check. Bishop d7, and black is like super happy because white king is in the center. Yeah. So then it's not even clear what to do for white after d5. Maybe go g5 nonetheless. Takes, knight takes e4. Exchange on e4, play g6, play some position like that. Maybe that's the way.
It's not bad.
No, it's not bad for white. It's actually an interesting position. And then you will play, I don't know, queen e2, d2 somewhere, castle long. Can be quite promising. Yeah. So we are lucky to have such a lot of various Sicilians. It's very, very interesting game.
We
usually.
just So Queen's Gambit, right?
Yeah, we've seen a lot of d4, and d4, even like in the open tournaments, means like very, very solid games usually. I understand players' incentive to be solid, but for us, we prefer when it's sharp, you know, and a lot of stuff happening, and it's entertaining, and so on and so on. All right, Pichot against One Forest. Finally, something happening there in this Gioco Piano game, and I think it looks more and more like the game from the candidates, if I'm not mistaken. Knight takes d4. The one Nakamura played against Caruana. I think up to this point, after White's move 15, they had exactly the same position. I think they had exactly the same position, and then Fabi played knight to f6, if I'm not mistaken, knight f6, and somehow captured, or knight f4, I don't remember. So they had this structure, let's say. So here, if you take on d4 immediately, of course, White takes with the queen. So there was some move from White, then bishop d4, cd4, and so on. And I think even in the comments for this game, it was mentioned that bishop e6 is a solid alternative. So you defend the knight on d5, and if White decides to take, then after pawn takes, it's a very serious... Well, Black is getting a weak pawn on e6, but he has very serious play against f2. Yep. So Van Forest, of course, both Pichot and Van Forest, they know their openings very, very well.
Yeah. Pichot, Van Forest chose the solid line.
Yeah, so it's interesting to see that he's sitting at the board, but in fact it's his opponent's move. So yeah. Pichot is missing, and like sometimes you would be walking in the playing hall and you look at the game at your own table and you don't see the clock really. You see your opponent is sitting. So that means he's thinking, right? Not here necessarily. Because he has already made a move.
Where is Alan Pichot?
I guess he will show up soon. All right, so we've checked quite a few games. Fedosev's game is still as boring as it was. On board 3, Murzin against Luca Moroni. Again, very slow developing game. After castles, only one move followed, but there is some stuff. G6, and then White, even with the loss of a tempo, went d4. And it's interesting that computer was suggesting to go c5 to stop d4.
The idea.
Yeah, and you would think... Everybody would think that c3 is a good move. Okay, I'm thinking c3 is a good move, but probably I cannot play d4 nonetheless. d4, just takes. E takes, c takes, and takes the pawn on e4. Computer thinks that Black is simply better. After g6 and this move, it's much harder to take the pawn on e4. We are shown that Pichot is back to the board. Yeah, and on board 3, now I'm not sure, because knight e4, d5 is probably good for White. Somehow Black stuck in the center, and I mean, you don't want to take, of course. Queen takes knight e5. You don't want to play bishop g7 because rook e1. And in case of d5, just knight d2. I mean, some positions like that are not great for Black. So a lot of dark square weaknesses, like bishop g5 can be a thing. And also the light square bishop is kind of tricky. Like if you castle, White plays h3, I guess, or bishop g5 and h3, and the bishop is stuck on c8 for a long time. If you try to play bishop g4 immediately, Surprise, surprise. White says you are not castling
Controlling.
short. Yeah, bishop b4, and the king is getting stuck in the center, like a3 and a5 and bishop a3. So it's not easy. Computer takes on d4, knight takes d4, and c5. But it also can be very scary. Knight to c6. Queen d7, only move. e5. Queen c6. ef6. The bishop on f8 is not moving. And again, it's a very hard position to play, because bishop e6 and long castle the next move, this is what computer is giving, but it can also be, if you don't know exactly if it's a playable position or not, you might just get scared, because it's very hard to develop the piece. It's like Fedoseev had on the other side. Remember, he had the pawn, bishop on c8, and white had the pawn on c6, so bishop had 0 moves for kind of majority of the game. So it can be this scenario. Okay, looks pretty exciting, at least on the top 3 boards, for sure. At least on the top 3 boards. On board 1, it's an endgame, but it already has all the characteristics to become interesting. So, I guess what we do is we check the both sisters again, and then maybe we'll go for a short break.
Yeah.
The rumor goes that we will, after the break, we will have some guests, but
yes.
we will inform on it a little bit further. Andrea Bottas is winning, believe it or not. Andrea on a, I don't know which the board number it is in the tournament, because streamers they have
we have fixed boards, so for the streamers. Yeah.
It's like dedicated to the stream. They have boards dedicated to them only, and they always play. It doesn't matter the result; they always play on the same boards.
It's because the setup.
Of course.
Yeah.
No, but all I'm saying, like, this is the board of Andrea Boles, and you know what happened? Her opponent did not play a6. The move that I was saying that this is an important move. So he went knight c6.
And he missed
Knight b5, after which, it's a terrible position, and it's only getting worse. e5, d5, queen e7. What is this? Knight d6. Oi. Bishop e2. Knight e8. Queen d5. Knight d6.
It's crashing.
Absolutely. I don't know why would she castle long. It was good enough to take on d6 with the pawn, but castle long is fine still. Bishop e6. So now the trick is, like, to keep the most of her advantage is to move the queen away, not to trade. I mean, trading, of course, should be winning, because white is up 2 pawns, and also the king got stuck in the center. So takes on d6 wins, but queen d2 wins even harder. So believe it or not, but it's it's move 12, queen d6 or queen d2, and it's +6 evaluation already.
Yeah, we see Andrea's opponents. He was shaking his head, and
he definitely wasn't happy with the position he's gotten out of the opening. Interestingly, even after knight b5, e5, d5, computer is not so pessimistic. It says black could go a6, and if you take the knight, black takes on b5. If you take g7, black takes on g7. For now, black is a pawn down, but he's getting some development advantage, right? He'll castle short, and if you're careless, if you take on b5, you're actually losing after queen a5. There is no knight to go to c3. Yeah.
The only thing is the black pawn structure is really bad in that line.
Yeah, in that line, the black's pawn structure was indeed very, very bad. And we will check Alexandra as well against Hugh Benoit. Wow, Hugh spent pretty much all the time that was spent in this game was spent by Alexandra's opponent. He's down to 50 minutes, while Alexandra is on 1 hour 20.
Well, I don't understand why Alexandra is not playing the Chinese guy is in the
The
second place.
pairing,
Yes.
I don't know. Could it be that they've already played? No, impossible.
No, they didn't play. No. Maybe the colors, but
Maybe the
still,
yeah. So it's a little bit of a strange pairing, right? Where we can't really understand how it why it works the way it works. Anyway, so this happens. H5, castles long, and knight G5. Knight G5 is quite an annoying move, I have to say. It threatens knight E6. Sorry, knight F7. In case of bishop E8, it's knight E6. White's winning.
the only move is to move the knight or the rook. Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to understand. Well, the thing is, we already lose the exchange. Even if we move the rook to G8, let's say, it's knight F7. And after rook E8, there is knight D6, right? So exchange is already lost. However, black's position is playable if he captures on E5. And now knight F7, black has this trick. Knight F3, bishop F3, take the bishop, say knight H8, and this knight will eventually be trapped, like knight C6, bishop D6, and because of a strong center, because of the active queen, black will have some compensation. If not full compensation, that's surely some compensation for the exchange. But apparently, Alexandra had to play H7, H6. I was much more careful. Just go H6, stop knight G5, and then castle long on the next move. Maybe not exactly the next move, because white also has knight A3, and with the other tricky, so you have to play A6 maybe. Yeah. So take care of both knights G5 and knight B5. So H6 was safer option. Now after knight G5, she definitely has to find this knight takes E5, the only move in order to stay in the game. All the rest would be really, really bad for black.
Even knight F5.
Knight F5, I mean, I just go after exchange, right?
Yeah.
It's not like black resigns immediately.
No.
In fact, he still has some compensation, but it's an extra exchange. So.
Yes.
And there was also some, apparently even like better move to go to A3. Don't quite get it. If I play A6, Queen D2. Yeah, there is no rush to take one of the rooks for white, so white can keep the knight on F7 for quite some time. All right.
Maybe we check Zach.
Yeah, last game before the break is the game of another streamer. So once again, what's his stream called? Chess Nerd, right?
Yeah, the Chess Nerd. He's a YouTuber, content creator, streamer. Yeah.
Okay, so he's playing white. This knight of line with H5, C4, G6 was played. Bishop D3, and Bishop D3 computer doesn't really like much. And I can see it because, first of all, your idea with going knight A5 was very strong, even without black moving the pawn. That's remarkable. So knight A5, attacking this guy, and then going B4. And the point is, like, the knight is really annoying. Queen has to defend the pawn all the time, and the moment he plays b6, you always go knight c6.
Very nice square for
the
knight.
So knight a5 was a very clever move. And secondly, if he wanted to develop the bishop, it was better to put it on e2, because after bishop d3, the ram moves like e4 sometimes. Maybe not immediately, but this idea of going e4, and then if bishop takes, the c4 pawn is hanging. If pawn takes, black all of a sudden gets a lot of squares, like knight g4, knight e5, bishop on g7, something like that. And of course, black is not forced to do it immediately. So bishop g7, castles, knight a5 now. And here already, e4 would have been very strong. It's a very sharp option, of course. So this and knight g4, But yeah, according to the machine, black is already better because white pieces are somehow very poorly coordinated. Yeah, the queen is overloaded. In case of that, simply knight to e4. One of the knights to e5. I don't know, computer gives this knight. I would think of moving this knight to e5. Yeah, looks very promising. Anyway, black played queen to c7, understandable, defending the pawn. And Zach played rook c1. Again, he allows e4.
E4. Maybe, yes. Maybe rook c1 with the idea to go to bishop b1.
Yeah, but after e4, yeah, maybe that's what you have to do, in fact. Like you go here. No, computer doesn't like it. ef3. Ah, right, and then you will have to take with the pawn and weaken the king. Because if you take with the rook, it's once again, it's too many squares for black knights. Knight g4, and then e5 square, rook e8. So it is important, if you once again return all the way, it is important to keep the bishop on e2, so that in case of e4, you'd have f4. And just keep the center closed, and then your initiative is on the queen side.
Even f4, control e5.
Yeah, controlling e5 square, important. In some cases, you will play f5 later on after castle short. So position after rook ac1 is roughly equal, and it's Zach's opponent who is thinking. So I think that's an okay moment for us to take a little break, and we will be back with more from round 7.
Yeah.
Okay, welcome back to round 7, and yeah, it's my pleasure to have you, National Master Luca Barillaro.
Thank you.
Okay, my pronunciation in Italian is not perfect. Yeah, so Luca was kind enough to join me as our stream guest, and we'll talk many things like some games,
Yeah.
and you'll give us insight into preparation, maybe, yeah, and also generally like about many things, yeah, chess, culture, and so on. So please welcome, and
Thank you for having me, Miro.
oh, absolutely, my pleasure. And you're as the Italian, how often do you visit Sardinia?
Well,
Okay,
let's
first
say that in
question.
the summer, yeah, quite often. Let's say once a year, trying to avoid the most crowded month, which is August, because August is holiday month in Italy. Sardinia is a wonderful island where you can find, of course, beautiful places both on the coast and inside in the mountain. And best months to visit are April, May, and September because it's less crowded. But
Yeah.
anyway, also July and August are
Wonderful,
quite
of course,
hectic,
yeah.
but wonderful as well.
Right, so we are in one of the best seasons.
Yeah,
That means
yeah,
end of
definitely,
April, beginning of May. This is the tournament dates. So that's my second time in Sardinia. I visited as the commentator once again. A couple of years ago, there was World Cadet Championship or
yeah.
World Youth Championship. I'm still not very good with this thing.
Yeah.
Which is which? Right.
I think it was in the south, in Villa Simius, near Cagliari.
No. It was Caragalone something. It's like
Calagonone,
20,
Calagonone,
20,
yeah, yeah.
30
20
kilometers
miles
from
south from
here.
here,
Yeah.
yeah.
So it's not too far. Anyway, so I fell in love with an island, and I'm not even sure like what makes it so attractive. It's not the sea itself, even though it's beautiful. But sea you have in different places. You have mountains in different places. But this blend of mountains and the sea and the culture and weather, people smiling. This
The
is
variety,
Italy.
the
This
variety
is
of
Italy.
possibilities you have when you stay
Right.
here. Yeah.
Okay, and that's a lovely conversation, but we have round 7, the early end game of the tournament. So for the Swiss tournaments, I always had this idea that first 3 rounds is the opening. If you play the opening perfectly and you're one of the favorites, you end up on 3 out of 3. Then comes the middle game, and this is usually like when you have to check, like, can you produce some great result, or you have to slow down a couple of draws, and then in the end game you have to squeeze as many points as possible. So that's of course very important for all the players. And I'll quickly check boards 1, 2 just to update people at home on the positions. Maxim Chigayev against Yair Parhov. That's a funny opening line they've played. So very similar. I was explaining that it's very similar to something Carlsen was doing. I think it used to be e3, d5, something like that, knight c3.
E6, knight d5, e d5 also, and then before it's interesting in this line.
Yeah, but this one.
This
remember,
one also, it's a
the
Carlsen
endgame.
idea, yeah.
Yeah, it was Carlsen, Vasily Grav, and then
Yeah.
Rajabov played it against Swidler. So it had some spike in popularity. And now we have something very similar, but with white played b3 instead of e3. And it's kind of harder to tell if black has to take on c3. He has many more other options, it seems, with b3. But he decided, Parhov decided to enter this endgame. Bishop f5, knight d2 was kind of to be expected. And e4, bishop b5, I'm not sure. Okay, anyway, that's the position we have on the board currently. e6, a4, knight to a5. I was even thinking of sacrificing the pawn here. I don't know if it was any good. Knight b3, rook to b1, knight c1, king to c1. And it turns out it was very good. In this case, the engine, at least the weaker one that I'm using, says the white is practically winning. Perhaps black cannot hold this one. So after rook c7, the move is rook to d1, and then perhaps just knight d6, rook takes, rook b6. So that's a huge initiative. The story, though, is that after knight c4, you have to trade. And this still looks better for white. but apparently it is acceptable. Computer, well, gives some advantage to white, but not too much. He decided to go in a slower fashion, went king c2, bishop to d6, and white is thinking.
Yeah, Maxim has this style. He's quite a solid player. He's not used to burn bridges to decide the game immediately. He prefers to slowly improve his position. This is a typical position where price per move is low. But I think that it's a little bit easier for white to play.
Yeah, that's a pleasant position for white to play. And I'm glad you've mentioned this, because that was always my theory, so that, Grandmaster beating someone 2200 usually happens quite naturally. You just play your game but when you face this kind of opponents, 100 elo points lower and so on, you're always encountering this game theory question, so to speak. Do I play the most aggressive, which increases my chances to win, but at the same time perhaps I'm introducing some risk into equation, or I keep it simple and I hope that, say, I play 40 reasonable moves, my opponent plays 40 moves, and my 40 reasonable moves will be stronger enough on average, this little delta of my move being slightly better than his move, and then eventually I'm hoping to win. And it worked for Chigayev in quite a few games, even though on the day of a double round he won a crazy game where he was totally lost.
I saw it.
But most of the time, that's exactly what he's doing. He's trying to be very technical, and so this is
let's say that especially in recent times, Carlsen with his style introduced this way of playing where I'm slightly better for 30-40 moves. If you play all the right moves, you will get a draw, and that's fine. Otherwise, I will win. So I'm playing basically for two results. Either I win or I draw. Of course, if I don't blunder, but at this level you don't blunder, of course. And of course, yes, if you play 2-3 hours where your price per move is low and your opponent's price per move becomes higher and higher because he has to be very precise, like in this position, then it's a, let's say, the sport factor is above the chess factor. It's because in the end this is a competition, so the competition factor is more important here.
How long can you keep the concentration, and so on and so on.
That's definitely
and point. Modern chess, and I had the discussion with quite a few people. In modern chess, like we used to answer the question what chess is. It's a blend of art, science, and sports. And now the sport component, equates for maybe 70%, if not more, right? I mean, science, we do some science, like with opening preparation, but everyone does pretty much the same. So you check the computer lines and so on and so on.
In the good old times, you for sure remember Mikhail Botvinnik used to say that chess is an equation. And in his famous book, I think it was translated in English under the title Long-Term Range Planning. It was a pink book that was the translation of the Schachmatista machine, where he advocated for the first time the need to have a computer who was able to play like a human. So under general consideration and not brute force calculation.
It's interesting. And back in the day, his idea seemed laughable. And even when he built the machine, it wasn't kind of strong enough. The first engine he built. And then now we have the neural net.
So he was ahead of his time by 50 years, even if a lot of people mocked him for his consideration. And you can see by reading this book that now it seems so outdated, how he was happy when he managed to build this algorithm able to solve the famous Richard Reti study with the king
running, with the king stopping the pawn.
But in the end, he thought that chess was a game of trading. And nowadays, maybe chess is more like a competitive sport, like you mentioned before. Where anyway it's very important to, especially at this high level, to study statistics and to study how to conduct the game, so the style of your opponent. Nowadays, the technology, especially the artificial intelligence, enable us to create like avatars of our opponents.
Yeah.
So engines that will play almost with the same style of our opponent.
So technically, if you have unlimited time and you have to prepare against, don't know, Magnus Carlsen, you can create a machine which will study his games and then imitate his style. So you have your kind of own Magnus Carlsen at home who you can play training games with.
Exactly.
Yes,
that's what we did for a team in the past, in the recent past. And it came out, for example, that of course finding weak spots in the strongest player in history is very hard. It's not easy. But nobody's perfect. So what appeared, what shimmered through was that Magnus had this maybe the soft spot in playing unclear position where there was no clear plan, and there was material imbalance. And so that's why maybe some players decided recently to play against him, like for example when he played Catalan, to take on c4 and trying to keep the pawn, to mix waters, and all these positions where the plans are not clear are maybe not treated in the best way by Magnus. But on the other hand, using artificial intelligence will help you also to understand the strong points of your opponent, because it's always also interesting to learn the strong points.
Not only where to aim, but what to try to avoid is possible.
And the interesting point is that how Magnus chooses, or how his team chooses for him opening lines. Usually, if you study Magnus games, you will see that he ends up 99% of the times in lines where the price per move for him is low, while the price per move for his opponents tends to be high. So it's
and it's quite interesting now that you've said it, and I'm thinking, indeed, like so many times, his opening choice seems to be a bit random, but then the middle game position, you can tell, that's position in Magnus's style. Exactly. But why is that? Like, I mean, it cannot be the probability, right? I mean, it's way too often he gets the right positions.
And this is of course due to the fact that Peter Heine works for him, and there is an interesting book, by the way, about how Peter Heine works. It is Anand Files, that shows how Peter Heine worked with Anand in the past World Championship matches. So he can choose the right openings, and in his team, one of the pluses of his team is that Magnus relates only to Peter Heine. And then all the other seconds, all the other grandmasters, they talk to Peter Heine. So he will be the filter. Otherwise, there is too much noise for the player in the end.
All right. On board one, so something that we looked at happened. Quickly checking what happens on board two. Also, that's the pair with highest average rating in this tournament. Somehow one Forest lost in round one and therefore was not seen around top boards. Then his very beautiful comeback with 5 straight up wins, and now he finds himself on a second board in this tournament. I don't know what that, I mean, for me it's always hard to navigate these Jokopianos. So, an obvious fact is that if black is to move, he'd be very happy to give this check on h2, so white has to play one of the knights to f3, it would seem, or g3 as the engine suggests. And yeah, this symmetrical positions I really refuse to look at. It's too complex, or it's either too simple or too complex. I can state the obvious that okay, you know, a lot of pieces, symmetrical structure, potentially changes on the E file and simplification. That's all noise, right? Yeah. But to say something meaningful about this position, I would take at least half an hour to try to understand. And then the particular one that I think you were interested in is board 3.
Yeah, our Italian champion Luca Moroni playing Volodar Murzin.
Yeah, and here I think we have some interesting opening. So it was, or rather, maybe with your insights we can get some idea, because Bishop A4, Knight F6 so far, like nothing too surprising. The Ruy Lopez, and then Murzin played 5d3.
5d3, yeah.
Because 6d3 is much more popular as far as I understand. Like after castles, this probably should, if you are playing with white, you should be aware that your opponent has the, what's it called, the open Spanish, knight e4. If he doesn't play knight e4 and instead goes for bishop e7, then of course 6d3 is much more challenging, because black already has played bishop e7, and while after 5d3, bishop c5 used to be like very popular move.
Yeah.
But what 5d3 does, it avoids lines like, after castle, lines like b5, bishop b7, or b5, bishop c5, the Yurtayev variation, yeah. So d3, and then Luca played d6, and
played d6, yes.
I think there is like nothing wrong with this move, but at the same time could be not the strongest. I still suspect that bishop c5 is kind of the black's best bet at equalizing, but at the same time, like your opponent plays d3, he probably looked at bishop c5. Yeah, so I can get the logic.
Yeah, I would have expected b5 from Luca
after d3.
After d3, and then bishop b3, and then bishop e7.
Nonetheless,
which is a less explored move. But okay, or maybe bishop c5.
Yeah, b5, bishop c5 is still possible, right?
Yeah.
Bishop c5, yeah. Okay.
Then okay, there is an entire world of Ruy Lopez here. So.
Yeah. So and what they've gotten is somewhat similar to positions that you have in Steinitz defense sometimes.
Yeah.
Like d4, and then white lost the tempo on going d3 and then d4, but black spent this tempo on, say, I mean, not a6, I guess, or maybe a6, you could say a6 had to be played, and then, so, I mean, this could be the position with the pawn on g7.
Yeah, you know, I don't like g6 because you mentioned it rightfully about the Steinitz, but to me it resembles me even more to Fyodor defense Larsen variation. You remember in the 70s Larsen came out with this booklet, Why Not Fyodor Defense, when there was e4, e5, knight f3, d6.
And after d4,
ed, knight d4, g6.
Yeah.
Because he tried to copy what he already did for many years in the Accelerated Dragon.
Mm-hmm.
But in this variation, black is almost always worse because the black squares on the king side are weak.
Mm-hmm.
And here it's quite similar.
Yes, in our case g6. And moreover, computer was kind of happy with black going c5 here.
Stopping immediately.
Stopping the d4 advance, and strangely after c3 just going bishop e7, and there is no d4 for now, and possibly for quite some time white will not be able to play d4 comfortably. So here d4 just takes, goes knight e4, and apparently this pawn is kind of digestible. Nothing bad happens to black. I mean, white's probably fine, has some compensation, but not more than that.
Yeah.
Anyway, so he went g6, after d4, bishop to g7, de5, knight e4, rook to e1, d5, and this looks like something very typical, a pawn sacrifice in order to, I don't know, play with two bishops, maybe opt for the opposite colored bishops at some point. Here, my weak engine was saying bishop f5 and advocating for some position like that. Bishop f5, rook c4, because rook e2, there would be bishop g4, as far as I understand.
Yeah.
So rook to c4, and then takes on e5. And this is very depressing to play, I have to say. I mean, you probably hold it, but this is very depressing to play. So it's a pawn down position. And yeah, and like there is no tactic like bishop e4 or something, because there is always counter attack on this rook. Like you can play bishop f6,
Bishop
you can play
f6,
bishop
yeah,
f4, or even like computer is tricky, so it
Well,
even suggests rook
rook
e1.
e1,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, you leave the bishop unprotected, the rook unprotected,
Okay.
go rook e1.
A Newman move.
Yeah, but all I'm saying that this kind of opposite colored bishop's position with the pawn down is very unpleasant. So Luca quite understandably went f6, bishop e3, fe5, and white is thinking. So black done pretty much terminal damage to his pawn structure, and he will have to rely on, on initiative somehow. Bishop e4, bishop f5, e4, probably trying to open this bishop. But looks like not very comfortable position to play.
Yeah, this is shown also by the fact that white, every move has many choices, equally good choices,
Yeah.
while black hasn't. So,
Right.
for example, white could have played also bishop d2 with the idea fe5, bishop c3, recycling the bishop, redeploying the bishop in c3, but bishop e3 is anyway good.
Yeah, like this and this.
So this is...
Yeah, also looks like very promising. And then you're not going after the pawn immediately, right? But after e4, for instance, you're getting like the perfect minor pieces for this structure. Yeah, so that's almost
so
winning.
technically won for
Yeah,
white,
knight d4 and
Yeah,
just collect everything. Yeah, so bishop e3, fe4, rook c4, and also, yeah, that's only move 17. Lucas down to half an hour only. So there'll be a tough.
Clearly
tough
not
game.
happy about this position.
Yeah.
And also because Volodar, we know that he is a very practical player. So this is his kind of position.
Yeah. So he's happy. That somehow doesn't click to me. But like he's a very young player who enjoys those long, grindy positions. So you
Exactly.
expect him to be, I don't know, tactical, sharp, brilliant attacker, something. As like that. That's very common understanding of what to expect from young players. And no, he's very positional. He loves playing this like slight positions with slight advantage, and this one is probably more than a slight advantage.
Yeah.
All right, then.
All right, I think we can make a short break.
Yeah. So we are expecting one more guest, but look, I've enjoyed immensely. So we will have you back after some
Thank
time.
you.
Yeah, thanks
I'll be
very much
glad
for
to join
joining.
later.
Yeah. Okay. So we will make a little technical break, and I'll be back with one more guest. All right. Welcome back to round 7 of Sardinia World Chess Festival. And this is the right moment to mention it's a part of FIDE circuit, this tournament.
That's true.
Right? So, very happy to have Dana as the guest. And you see, it says WGM, Women's Grandmaster, but not only this. If you guys at home do not know who Dana is, I won't be able to mention all the titles, but Vice President?
I'm the
FIDE?
Deputy Chair of Management Board in FIDE,
Wow.
and the Deputy President in the European Chess Union. So I'm the Universal Deputy, as I call myself. That's easier than, to remember all these long titles.
All
and
right, so Deputy.
positions. Yes.
Deputy.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm happy to be here. You mentioned that this event is one of the FIDE circuit events, which is true. So this is a new system introduced several months ago that the strongest open tournaments are also becoming part of the World Chess Championship cycle, giving a chance to much wider audience. But it is also one of the events that has been dedicated to FIDE 100 years anniversary. Yeah.
Right.
This is
That's the pins we are wearing.
This is FIDE 100, and the game is just beginning. That's the slogan of
Cool.
of the 100 years anniversary event. So in 1924, FIDE was established in Paris on 20th of July. Those who didn't know why 20th of July is the International Chess Day,
because the FIDE was established at the Paris Olympiad, no?
Paris,
was it during the Olympiad, not the Chess Olympiad, I think, but
it was unofficial, the first unofficial Olympiad. And guess who won the Olympiad back then?
Was it France? Was it France? No.
The countries I don't remember, but I was asking you about the individual ones. I mean, because I've got my personal interest in that.
Ah, really?
Latvian, yes.
Latvian.
Matisons.
Matisons.
Yes, and Avshineks was the second one.
I had no idea.
Yes,
Yeah,
and the Latvian team scored the fourth because we were missing one player. Only 3 of them were.
This is
scoring, yes.
this is incredible. So back in the day, you could play the Olympiad with like 3 players.
Yeah.
What to do? Right. So that means that I have to come back to chess because back in the day I was playing a lot of open tournaments, and it turns out now that. Well, okay, me coming back to chess is of course a joke, but it really is nice that like open tournament players and sometimes players like rated between 26 and 27, they are stuck in between, right? Now they get a chance to, at least theoretical chance to qualify.
You need to be a regular to the open tournaments though, but yes, that was the whole idea, to give such chance. And this is one of the nice tournaments. Yes, it's not only quite strong, but the representation is quite wide. 300 players almost altogether. Yes, 40 nations. So.
Absolutely, right. And I also like how Italian chess sort of has a renaissance, if you like. So a lot of events organized, and young grandmasters are all created in those open tournaments, and that's very, very nice to see, because if you guys at home familiar with chess history, well, technically it all started in Italy in 14th, 15th, whatever century, right? So first games in the mega database. If you open, it's Polerio, Damiano, Greco, and so on, all Italian. All Italian,
nice
so that's first European chess masters.
But they said that the chess in general was taken to Europe through Spain, so I guess they would still want to keep the credit.
Could be. Okay, once again, something very new, that we have streamers boards here, as you can see. Both as sisters, very popular streamers. Well, I'd say one of the few chess brands.
And also chess players at the end of the day. Yes, it seems that time to time they can play also some tournaments.
Well, I have to confess that I was impressed with Alexandra, because usually I knew she was a competitive player back in the day representing Canada, but I thought like you start streaming and
then
you
forget lose the qualification,
forget how to play, and I'm proven wrong yet again, because first, of course, it was Naka, Like with Naka, I believe no one would be able to tell how good he still is, despite
he knows how to make faces and he knows how to play chess, right?
Yeah.
So tell us, what's going on now on the
what's
chessboard?
going on? Andrea Botes has won already. A very, very short game, 17 moves, just crushed her opponent, but he has no one else but himself to blame. So over here, on move 5, her opponent went knight c6, and after knight b5, it turned out, that was really
to be
bad.
given up, right?
Yeah, so we will check Alexandra, who, by the way, is leading the B tournament. So quite impressive. I don't know what's I do remember what was happening there. So at some point, she allowed this knight g5 move, and it was a little bit careless on her side.
So now the fork is coming on f7, right?
Right. So here she could have gone h6 first and then castle. Castle is, interestingly, black is not worse after that, but she had to play kind of super precise.
Very carefully, right?
After knight g5, knight e5, she had to enter these complications, and then, that it was playable. After rook g8, normally white should have gotten the advantage. Knight
because
f7.
Of the knight on d6?
Just wins the exchange. Wins the exchange. Rook e8, knight d6 check.
True.
But she found a way to complicate matters. g5, bishop h2. Okay, I have no idea if any of these moves are correct for white. King d8, but probably black wins e5. She did it in the game, anyway. g4.
Very brave.
c4, wow.
Very brave.
Actually, seizing a lot of space. Computer is
opening
not
the black
happy.
square bishop. Probably,
Computer is not happy just yet. I think bishop d6 will be our next move. Yes, bishop d6, and white decided to trade. Go g3. Now black has at least an equality. Like computer still slightly prefer white, but
there are some nice chances with b4, yes, and
like center b4,
and it's funny enough, but the black king feels quite comfortable in the center, right?
Yep.
Because of the stable pawn structure and
like
protection.
bishops protecting and so on. So anybody's game, and now I'm looking at the clock as well. So Alexandra's opponent is down to 18 minutes. So she might extend her lead. She's
and who is the best lady actually in the A tournament?
In the A tournament, to my shame,
that's a challenge.
The answer is I don't know.
I was now walking through the boards and I didn't see
like
exactly
on
where
the top boards there aren't that many.
One would
I
be.
believe there should be girls from Kazakhstan, because there is a couple of players from Kazakhstan, like Kairi Bekova, Amina, and some. There was I don't remember the name. There was the girl that I was told she is fighting for the national team. So interestingly, for some federations, even results in this Open might be kind
decisive,
of defining
because
the team.
Because of the ELO ratings, right?
Yeah, defining the team. The teams are pretty much have to be
by the way, you are right.
Quite soon. The Olympiad is happening.
Few months only have left till Olympiad in Budapest, and the registration of teams has been already opened. That's right, and probably those nations that have not yet decided on their team compositions. So this is the high time to do so.
Maybe,
yes.
Do you have any involvement in managing Latvian national team? No, I'm not asking about playing.
I'm having. I do have my involvement in managing the Olympiad from Peter's
from the
side.
other side.
From Peter's side, we work together with the local organizing committee. Yes, and trying to get everything ready. But yes, our ladies are now being trained. So not only the potential team, but few more young talents as well. I do sometimes participate in the training as well, but I must admit that now when I work for chess, I have the least time to play chess and train chess myself. But yeah, of course, we are getting ready, and I hope that it's going to be a good tournament. And we've got some fresh blood coming into our teams. Otherwise, I was already worried that the same team has been more or less stable in my country since 1998, when there was my first Olympiad in Elista. And that's a bit alarming, yes, that we don't have so many good players growing up so that they could compete for the place in the Olympic team.
You know what, I'm thinking for Latvia specifically, still you have the traditions.
We have traditions,
the
yes.
traditions. Plus nowadays with every information, all the information being available online, you never know. You might think, okay, we ran out of talents, and then someone pops up, and then like the one successful case usually brings a lot of interest to chess.
Yeah, that's
in the
true,
country,
but
right?
that would probably be true for bigger countries. In such countries like Latvia, we more or less know each other. I mean, it's a big family. Yes, you wouldn't be somehow escaping the attention.
So if there is a talent, everyone's
you would see
already
him or
aware
her.
of.
Yes. Yes, we've got also quite many tournaments. I mean, not very high level, but still a few. And by the way, the Latvian Chess Federation also would celebrate 100 years anniversary this year, and in August they will be making a match on 100 boards. Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, and FIDE.
Wow.
So 400 players would be playing
100 boards. That's
we've got
impressive.
I don't think we are the only ones. There are these traditions of having these matches between the countries. So we've made several years ago against Lithuania, against Estonia. So that's kind of a tradition. So.
So one of the first matches that I can think of, like with a lot of boards, was Paris-London, right? And French players were doing something strange. They were playing e6 as an answer to e4, and this got in the name French defense.
French
defense.
That's how it came.
That's
I didn't
where
know
the
the
name
story.
of this opening comes. Yeah, that's something like 1850s, I would believe, and then e4, e5 was the only move that you could play potentially against e4. Yeah,
e7,
e5,
your hand didn't
suddenly
manage to get the pawn. Yes,
players were playing e6, and this is how we gotten to know the French defense. Okay, so we are currently seeing on our camera view, it's a second
the leader's
board.
Yes.
Second board, and first board, second board, of course, First board, strangely, is relatively quiet. So Chigayev trying to play kind of purely on technique against the leader, Yair Parkhov. And to my shame, I don't know much about Yair. And then I see him here, and he's like, he plays very good chess. It's not only the result, but like the way he's playing. He's not shy facing these 2650 players. So quite solid. And checking, there was a moment where computer was very happy with White's position, but perhaps
it's more or less balanced, right?
Yeah, now it's very close to being equal.
And it's even difficult to define what should the plan be for White.
Like still you would like comparing one by one. Well, maybe like having the pawn on a5 is somewhat beneficial, and this.
But it's also a weakness. Bishop c7.
Yeah, one day it can be bishop c7.
At some point, yes.
I do agree that it looks fairly balanced. So Chigayev could play it a little bit differently, perhaps, but now, like after bishop f2, I just play something. Bishop c6, even bishop b5 is possible. Okay, on board 2, they've also simplified quite a bit, because at some point it was looking very nice.
Active for White, right? Or
so, quick question. Does this look familiar? I'm testing you how closely you were following the candidates. Because, okay, I might be wrong as well. Because I'm not sure if the pawn was on a5 or a6, but this was Nakamura Fabiano Caruana game.
Was it?
Precisely this position was, the only question if the pawn is on a6 or on a5, And Fabi did something else, and after the game, I think they were discussing bishop e6 as the playable move, and that's what was played by Jordan Van Forest. Then I liked one moment very much after bishop d2.
Major tournaments do have their investment in the development of the modern theory, right?
No, but seriously, I think this is the way kind of stuff, opening stuff gets in and out of fashion. It's not because one line is correct and the other is not, right?
It's
if
about
anything,
being fashionable, yes,
absolutely.
following the top players and
Absolutely.
replicating their
Computer,
games.
strangely, we were expecting back, like 15 years back, we were expecting that computer will say, okay, here is your only correct line. I don't know, E4, E5, Ruy Lopez, Marshall, you have to remember 30 moves, then it's your only pass to a draw. Quite contrary, now we know that everything is playable, right?
The only limitation is the human being's brain capacity to remember it.
And to play the correct moves. And then how, let's say, I'm as a club player or amateur, how do I pick the opening? Like, because so many courses online and this and that. And then I see, okay, I know this guy, Magnus Carlsen. And he's playing, don't know, the pig opening or the rat opening. Oh, I will copy this, right? So the big players contribute, and I think for the amateurs also the streamers do a lot. Like if a particular streamer plays some opening, and then of course we like to copy the celebrities, right? The best players and also the celebrities. Right, so if we could quickly check, there was one really like moment in this game that I loved a lot. One Forest plays bishop to b8. Okay, this is like a threat of, just a casual check on h2, g3, and then perhaps there was no clear path, and he just says, I go back to a7. And that's such a nice, funny, practical move, because f2 is
you were provoking,
pinned,
to the weakening of the king's side.
And anytime white does something stupid, they're always going to be they're always going to be queen g3. Right, and okay, the game went queen h5, knight f6. Now he takes on e6. Interesting. Black is able to take with the rook again, using this fun fact that it seems knight e6 attacks the queen, but then there is queen g3, and after king h1, bishop f2, and the queen is hanging, the knight is hanging, and the checkmate is hanging if the queen leaves. For instance, after queen f5, I think the move is knight to h4. Hitting the queen again, queen g2, black would have been winning.
The white king would not feel comfortable himself.
Right, so here, queen to d7. Again.
I'm going to hit pawn on h3.
Yeah, hitting the h3 pawn. So
and bishop on d2 is also somehow hanging, c5.
Wait a second, c5.
That's a threat, I guess.
If, let's say, if he goes king g2, yes, c5 works, it seems. c5 works, and white maybe is not lost, but he has to be super inventive to actually like not lose material. Knight f5 he'll just take, so there is knight e6, for instance, and taking with the pawn loses the queen. Black captures on d2, rook d1, and then the queen has two squares. The queen has two squares. Well, the computer for now says that black can capture on b2.
At least I know what I suffer for,
yeah, but I would be scared to do this. Knight f8, rook d8.
Rook d8
actually looks scary.
And the bishop from b3 works like a sniper, like waiting for the moment to shoot.
And this one on a7 is not great, right? So
f7
black will have to play c4. Anyway, this would lead to tremendous complications. However, I'm guessing black might not be forced to go c5 if he doesn't feel like. I'm always curious about, let's say, this kind of positions. So that there are two bishops against two knights, but a very nice looking blockade square.
Blocking, not taking on d4, because that would enable my bishops, and c3 and two monsters would look at my king, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But to the contrary, block it with knight d5.
So this is bad for black, but something like knight d5, or just say control this and get the knight on d5 eventually. Maybe the problem is that the pawn is hanging. Well, and there is, accidentally, I had no idea that I'm a brilliant tactical player. Bishop d4, a4 works, because now...
I know if you take, then I probably even capture on d4
two
with
bishops
a tempo,
are hanging,
right?
Yeah, two bishops are hanging, and again it will be... So white will have to play queen d1, and so on. Right. By the way, have to shout out once again. Really like the way Alan Pichot is playing in this tournament. Very solid, very positional. Like out of how many 6 games he played, I don't think he ever got in the worst position. So like has full control. And he's one of those players who is still constantly progressing. Maybe not the young prodigy anymore, but yes, a bright road ahead, so to speak. And yeah, no results, no nothing. Our friend Fedoseev on board for the top seed of the tournament, but half a point behind, or rather 1 full point behind the leader, and half a point behind the pursuers group. Today, somehow I'm not impressed with what he's doing. It started as something very solid for both, and he chose to take on c5, making the position symmetrical. And I imagine he's in this weird spot where making a draw is no longer an option, tournament situation wise, and also with the rating advantage of pretty much every other
you should take
opponent.
The point, right?
So he's trying to win, and at the same time the position doesn't really offer you that many chances. And when you're constantly not going for the lines which are equal, I very well know it myself, because I've been in relatively similar situation, having 26-70 and playing the open tournaments. And the way to lose for you often was that you were trying too hard to win.
And the opponent is just sitting and waiting. Come on, yeah.
Yeah, so it's not impossible.
Provoking you.
It's not impossible that he might get in a bit of trouble, I'm guessing. Now I don't like the way position looks for white. He's probably not worse still, but yeah. And they've exchanged. Yeah, okay. So now at least we can say he's relatively safe. But also, how do you win here with white? The question remains. Somehow on our top boards we have a lot of technical positions. Very quiet. So I'm looking for something to entertain you with, but can't really find. There've been a crazy sharp game yesterday, but now I cannot find anything worthy. So again, we'll maybe scroll up. No, it's either no queens on the board or everything very, very symmetrical.
So yesterday we had this black and white chess party here in the tournament. Probably all the creativity was left there in the house.
Could
Friendly
be.
games
Could
among
be.
the players.
People were playing chess 960. Okay, maybe. I have a tricky question.
What is the tricky question?
To you as, maybe not a FIDE official, but someone who knows, the policies. And so how likely it is, because it's quite a number of people who is interested to know how likely it is that chess Fischer random, the chess 960, will get, not substitute normal chess, we understand it's impossible, but gets involved and so on. Or it has to be separate federation. It has to have its own federation of Fischer chess.
Has to be a separate federation. You see that we already organized the World Chess Championship in Fischer random, right? So that legitimizes the format. But I don't believe that it will replace the traditional chess. Even though we are modern and dynamic in general, chess community is still conservative. We like this sense of keeping chess game, unchanged for centuries.
Absolutely, right? Yes. I would agree that perhaps the biggest brand we have is the world champion and the world championship match.
True.
Yeah, so of course it's...
But as another form, lighter, more attractive to some of the sponsors, yes, then that's going to be developing. But as I said, it will not substitute the traditional chess. But we have many other new forms as well. For example, now, as one of the FIDE 100 years anniversary celebration, now we will have a tournament in Morocco from 17th to 19th. The 4 strong players, Magnus himself, Hikaru, Basemamin, and Vishianan, they will play a tournament playing out historical positions.
Ah,
I'm looking forward to this
wow.
show. I mean,
So
it's,
how will it work? So that's some opening,
some experts panel will choose the positions and
which are
which
still
are
balanced.
balanced and can be played from both sides, and they will have to play
Wow, so
those. Yes.
that's a lovely idea, because I remember there was back in the day, it was part of our training routine, I think, so that and we were, of course, like kids, maybe what was called first category, roughly translates to 1600, I think, right now. Yeah, the rating, and the coach would pick the position. Let's say here you have the king's Indian, and then white plays 4 pawns, and maybe something a little bit further, and then after 10 moves you have to play,
And
right?
you need
With
to play
white and
from
with
both
black. Yeah,
sides
with white
first.
and with black. So this so-called thematical tournaments, or I think historically there was one with King's Gambit. I think someone had a tournament where all the players had to play the King's Gambit. Right.
It's going to
So
be a lot of fun. And
yeah.
and we will have various celebrations like this. I mean, in Morocco, we will have also the torch ceremony that will then continue to Colombia, followed by Romania, Kazakhstan,
Wow.
20th of July in Paris, then UAE,
And
Serbia possibly, and land in Budapest.
in Budapest during the Olympiads. So lovely to know. And then again, it probably means it will be a huge celebration on 20th of July.
I hope
all over
so.
the world,
I mean, we're
right?
trying to actually make it our celebration so that not only, some VIPs are engaged, but the whole chess community in one or the other way. So, for example, on 20th of July, we'll also try to make the Guinness World Records attempt with the most games played in 24 hours time. So everyone,
Yeah.
be it a professional chess player, be it a business person, a pilot, or an athlete, everyone, if you are, secretly playing some games during your business meetings, yes, so you're welcome to join, because you will be able to play on at least two of the biggest platforms, chess.com and Lichess. I hope others would also join, but also in person, there would be tournaments that would enroll, and you can become part of this great endeavor.
Guinness record.
I hope that
Potentially
Roberto Magranzini, the organizer of this tournament, will also arrange something for us on 20th of July here in Italy.
Well, and we will force him to play chess as well.
Yes. I'll do myself. I want to be part of this Guinness record.
Okay, so if there will be, let's say, the event on 20th of July, and now I'm thinking perhaps it will be a good time to come back from retirement. So maybe I will play a tournament game as well.
This is the beauty of chess, that in your 40s or 50s you can decide, okay, I come back to professional sports, which would probably not work with athletics or
no, it won't.
other physical ones.
It won't. Yeah. All right. I think you are in a bit of a time trouble, right? I'm sorry to
Paris.
I'm sorry to kind of ruin the magic, but it was lovely talking to you. But I don't want you to be late. So thanks once again. Thanks for joining. Thanks for visiting the venue, the tournament. It was a great pleasure having you here.
It was my pleasure
and
to see so many great players here, and again meet the president of Italian Chess Federation, and also the organizer Roberto, and you.
Thanks very much. Yeah, once a chess player, always a chess player. Yeah, we've seen each other maybe 10 days ago or 2 weeks ago in St. Louis in the United States.
Sometimes joking that we are like traveling circus. The locations change, but chess is always there, and the same faces are always there.
People are the same. All right, thanks very much, Dana. And I think once again we'll make a short technical break. We will be back with our coverage in a few minutes. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Welcome back, Alexandra.
Hello, everyone.
Long time no see.
I had some vacation.
Yeah. All right, we are getting closer to the time trouble stage in round 7. No results yet on the top boards. Not only us commentators, but the players as well realize that these rounds are very important and they are putting up a very serious fight. Yeah, let's check what's going on on the leaders boards, and I suggest we start with board 2, Pichot against Van Forest. The line that we were looking at with Donna actually happened. Bishop a5, queen b2, bishop b3. White is a pawn down, but with two powerful bishops, and especially, oh yeah, something happens to
The bishops don't multiply.
yeah, so bishop to c3. This is what I wanted to show. And okay, this is a silly line again, but just to show what is white's strat, you can go bishop c3, and after queen a3, oops, not queen b3, you have this funny tactic, bishop f6 and bishop f7, and win the queen. So here, two bishops cover the, the third rank, and then you get rid of one of them and then the other. Of course, this will not happen. Black plays absolutely correct move, knight to d5, to close the bishop, not to let the dark square bishop to go to c3. And white has to take twice, which simplifies the position a lot. Now the only question is if black is able to exchange the a2 pawn for a b7 pawn. So with pawns on both sides, I think one can say that still bishop is somewhat stronger. But with black, if let's say you play rook a8, probably not a great move, because there is no threat and there is no b7 yet, and there is like back rank issues.
Yeah,
right?
and if he takes checkmate.
Yeah, so even if you try to take, there is I mean, I don't know how to show it. Yeah, you cannot take on a5. I mean, this is my problem. Like I wanted to show anyway. Let's say black plays rook a6 just to show that all this is impossible, to leave the 8th rank, because it will be rook e8, knight f8, and then
Rook takes
and queen d8 checkmate. Right, so, but what I want to achieve with black is somehow to get rid of this pawn. Is b6 a good move? b6, bishop to d2. Somehow I cannot really exchange the pawn. And also the knight on g6 is not great. I'm starting to think that it could be, strangely, it could be unpleasant in the practical terms, even though computer gives like equal all the time. But like it's not that easy for black. The knight on g6 is kind of lacks squares. Like maybe here it would be better, but how to get there?
And in this kind of endgames, the bishops are better because there are pawns on both sides.
On both wings. Yeah, like it's which is I mean self-explanatory. Like they call it the long range. Let's say your bishop is on d2 and it kind of operates on the both wings.
Keeping an eye.
And for the knight, like it gets here, and white does something on the king side. It returns to the king side. You do something on the queen side.
Yeah,
so
the knight needs
a lot of running around to catch up. Yeah. But yeah, since this one is getting simplified, strangely, Van Forest did not take on d5 yet. Does he see some other move? I don't know. What could it possibly be?
It looks like Van Forest is sleeping.
Yeah, no, but he looked at the position, and like to me it would seem so obvious that you have to take, and I'm not even sure what could be the other move you're looking at. Some queen b5. Well, interestingly, queen b5 is not that bad. It's not the first computer's choice, but it is possible to play, and the line computer is giving is bishop to b3, queen a5, and just to play this position where black is a pawn up.
Wait, there is not checkmate? No,
Queen
because there
f7.
is
Yeah,
the
yeah.
knight on
Let's show.
g6.
Let's show you. You
Yeah.
found a very nice pattern. Yeah, Queen f7, Rook f7, and then the rook is pinned, and Rook e8 would have been a checkmate, but Black can block with the knight. Yeah. So if there was a way to deflect this knight somewhere, okay, we can maybe try to. Nah, knight e5 is bad because it's not so bad. I was hoping for this.
But no, there is no.
He has some jumps. Knight c4 then protects the queen, and then let's say we go here to make your checkmate work. Now, if Black plays correctly, it's knight d6. But if he's going here to attack the queen and the rook, and finally this checkmate is going to work. Yeah.
And it's always important to be alert to
Of course,
the
yeah.
tactics and possibilities. Yeah.
Yes, to watch out for the tactical tricks is what you kind of have to do always. On board 3, we have almost a weird position in Luca Moroni's game against Murzin. The rook on a3. It's almost like it's
getting stuck.
made up position.
Yeah.
Seems very unusual. Knight c5, rook a3, and computer suggests that white is almost winning, or rather, white is winning by taking here, and the strongest move is g4, to pushing this bishop around. Now bishop c2 blunders the fork, so the bishop will have to go to c8, and then it's a very strange set of pieces Black has. It's the rook on a3 which got stuck, it's the bishop on c8 which is dominated by this knight. So a move like rook e1 happens to be very bad for Black, because if you take, it's rook e7, so it's not the only, you solve one problem, the rook getting alive, but then
it's too late.
The bishop is bad. Yeah. What's funny, computer even doesn't rush. I mean, you can take c7, for instance, be winning. Computer says, you know what, I'll play h3. And then king g2, king g3. So like winning in a very slow manner.
It's not giving any...
no chance.
No
Yeah.
chance.
No
Yes.
chance at all. Yeah, so it looks like...
Luca Moroni doesn't have enough time neither. 5.
yeah, also
I
he's
don't
done
know in what...
what move is this? 23. So
Yeah.
that's also, he's also in the time trouble. Yeah, that's a very, very tough position for him.
He needs to play fast from now.
Yeah. You know what? I completely forgot now. I was telling like there is no sharp positions. There is one very, very sharp position for Daniel Darda on board 6. So it's Zhalmakhanov, the international master from Kazakhstan, against Daniel Darda. This line with early h4 from white, and it advanced like much on. Somewhere, wait a second. Somewhere he has sacrificed a piece. Here white after a4 went knight takes h5. He could simply play bishop a2, but decided to take on h5. So that means he thinks it's a good sacrifice.
Is it? What the evil bar says.
Says it's equal, but before that white had the advantage, so computer doesn't like it much. Okay. b4, c b3, ba3, king b1. I don't know. I'm not convinced with this sacrifice. Now black all of a sudden is better. Bishop e7. A very sharp position. Also, they are both getting low on time. After bishop e7, you have only move. King has to go to g8 because king e8, knight g7 is... not even knight g7, but takes on d6. Yeah, bishop d6 is very strong. So very sharp position here. Black has to go king g8.
f4? No.
King g8 and f4 is is possible. F4 knight g6 though, and
the bishop is
d6 it takes on b3, because I wasn't sure. Computer was giving rook h3 is the move, and I was thinking, okay,
Yeah,
understandable, wants to attack, but also it protects b3, so it's a nice looking move. Rook h3, but not so easy to find. It's a very sharp, very complicated game. What else? Fedoseev was in a bit of trouble with white. Maybe let's check Alexandra Botes. I didn't check her for quite some time. Andrea won very fast.
I saw it. I saw her.
No, she just crushed.
Yeah.
She just crushed her opponent. And for Alexandra, she was also at some point it looked very nice. Now she's actually winning, according to computer. She's actually winning.
That pawn on d3 is scary.
Yeah, and also the material. She was an exchange down, and somehow she won. She won a piece, right? Or it's.
Is a sacrifice? No.
Wait a second. Well, there was a moment she was exchanged down for sure. Yeah, here, for instance. Where did so bishop g4, rook g4, rook e6. So her opponent decided to sacrifice a piece for 2 pawns, but she managed to defend everything.
Yeah, it doesn't look very good, the sacrifice, because there is not enough pieces, I feel like.
Yeah, like you sacrifice a piece and then your knight is on f1, like they are not joining the attack that easily. Yeah. f3, d3, queen f2, knight takes g3, queen takes a7, so now the rook is hanging. It's possible to take on f3, which she has done. Queen takes f3. Move 29. She has more time on the clock, and her position is winning.
And I'm wondering if the board next to her, the second board, what they are doing, because it's important to know also the other.
Who's playing on the second board?
Let me see that.
Yeah, it's important for the results of the B tournament, right?
Yes. Is
Shanshan Wang, this one.
Yeah, that one too, exactly.
Okay, the game is going. White is slightly better in this endgame. Rook e8, king f7, and rook f8, king e6, rook b8 has. Oh, what? No. King d2, rook a4. This will be the line, I think. Yeah, they are getting there. So white is winning a piece,
but
very
not
limited
enough time.
Yeah,
not enough pawns. Sorry.
Very limited number of pawns, and after bishop c5, I would think that black should be able to make a draw. Play something active, king d5,
or maybe to take the pawn on h2.
On h2, yeah, but I'm afraid of this one, to be honest. Maybe I should not be afraid. I was thinking b6 maybe, and the pawn survives, but not clear. Even h5, h4, running
before.
Fast.
Yeah, I don't know.
Something sharp, but potentially, if this is a draw, it's good for Alexandra, right?
Yes.
So she doesn't want anyone in this game to win, to be closer to her. And in her own game, I'll just quickly come back to her own game, because I think white made another mistake. After queen f3, there was an option to go knight h2, which would lead to
take takes
g4, bishop g4, and very unusual material. So 2 rooks against 3 minor pieces, but black would still be much better.
Yeah,
of course. This is hanging.
Like more black pieces.
Yeah, d2 and so on. Instead, knight g3 was played, and here I think she did reply with rook takes g3. Yes, exactly. Rook takes g3. Still has to be a little bit careful, because, you know, there are some checks possible, like say this. There is, for example, rook f8 check, if I see it correctly. So one can get scared. Check, but after this check, bishop c8, queen g3, so sacrifice the rook to win it back, but eventually black should be winning. Bishop d6, and then you can run with the king to c6, play bishop d7, the king will be absolutely safe. Yeah, Alexandra is winning just another game. Yeah, very, very cool.
Yeah.
what else do we have to check? Let's check Zach as well. So to be done with all the streamers, after b4, and this is what we've seen, e4 finally was played, this breakthrough. Here white was actually doing pretty well if he would play c5. So it's like in this kind of positions, black's break in the center is e5, e4, and white's respective break in the structure is c5. Yeah, so he didn't do this. He went rook f4, knight f6, exchanged, queen d3, rook e8. And I think this, now you have a few more moves. Knight d2. Wow. He blundered with knight d2, so now his opponent has this annoying move. And the reason is you cannot take the knight because bishop takes and queen takes e3. And also e3 bishop is hanging, and if you move the bishop, then of course knight e2.
Did he found it? No.
No, black is still thinking after knight e2. So something like knight f1, I guess, just takes this guy. Yeah. Rook b1 and wow, queen e4. Yeah, looks like he's in trouble, but the position is still complex. Maybe he'll come back.
Yeah,
In this
16 minutes against 8 minutes.
Yeah, I'm impressed that there is no results on the upper boards. There is one game has finished. I just spotted like a beautiful pattern. That's a final position in this game. Shohat Yotam won against Baver Yilmaz, and the trick is that after I wanted to say that it's a beautiful checkmate. It is, but it's not forced. I mean, you can take rook f6 and win. I wanted this checkmate. That's why.
But there is some crazy moves to be. The queen can sacrifice on h.
Yeah, but knight f6 also protects h7. Yes.
Double sacrifice? No, it's no work. That's not.
This is checkmate in 2. I agree. I'm looking for this, by the way, to kind of to sacrifice on. Let's say if this would be played, and then black goes here, and then queen h6. So this is what we wanted, yeah? Queen h6 and rook h7. Yeah, anyway, I just thought this is a cute checkmate to show. Check and knight f7,
That's very nice.
With king blocked with his own pieces. Right, but this game has finished already. We have the B tournament standings. That's cool. And you know, it's in a way it's a similar situation that we have in the A tournament. So Alexandra Botes is leading with 5.5 and 4 players on 5 points. She's playing one of them, Hugh Benoit. Then Shan Wan is facing. Wait a second.
He's taking. We were watching.
Yeah, we checked him, but I don't remember who his opponent is. His opponent also on 5 points or not?
It's Rudy Norse.
Rudy,
I don't think.
Norse. So Rudy is playing lower,
Yes.
right? And then
The one who are playing is Ganta Joel Paul, candidate master from India, against Natoli Alesia.
So that's the one which is also kind of the game between rivals of Alexandra Botes. Yeah, we found it, and maybe we can show this position as well. So Alexandra is winning. There is no point in checking her game. She just has to keep her cool and bring the full point. That's the game of one of the pursuers of Alexandra, Joel Paul Ganta. I think that was her opponent yesterday, right?
Yes, exactly.
And Alessia Natoli. Seems like, well, black is somewhat better. So every piece for black is a little bit more active, but white should be able to defend. It's important not to overlook knight d4. That's the only thing. Important not to overlook knight d4, but a move like king f3, for example. And then you want king g2 to kick the rook away, maybe, and then eventually you'll be able to take. Okay, the game is still going. I'm interested to see at least the first result on top 10 boards, because everything is going on. It's incredible, like how they are, like everyone is so motivated to win. Francesco Sonis has won. I don't know if he is or he's not on the top 10 boards. No, he's a little bit lower. Francesco Sonis has won against Lumachu Gabriele.
Talking about Francesco Sonis, yesterday he played what is this? An international master. Right now, the only female with 4 points, I think. He drew with her.
So he drew. He couldn't win yesterday. Okay. All right. So he was winning already for quite a long time. So here it was like final position, pretty much the final position before his opponent resigned. Knight takes f7 was a nice move that Francesco played. Idea being that if rook takes or the king takes, you take rook d5. Yeah, rook d5, knight d5, bishop takes, then you exchange, win the exchange back, and you have 2 pawns up. Yeah, so well played. But other than that, yeah, like I'm scrolling up and I don't see any results. It's incredible. And we are once again reminded this is the pairing and no results whatsoever in the leading group. It's incredible.
Yesterday everyone finished early except for Alexandra, but today
yesterday we had indeed like very fast moving round with a lot of results. Today quite the opposite. So the only draw we have in the top boards, right, is on board 29. So these are, it's already with 3.5. So these are players on +1, but these are probably not fighting for the first at the very least. Yeah. Okay, so maybe once again, let's go to the top boards in the A tournament and show one by one what happens, like
if there is some.
Yeah, so on board 1 finally Chigayev managed to open some files, but strangely at some point the position looked like he had very serious advantage against Yair Parhov. Now it's getting more and more simplified. Black plays b4 and
he took.
I don't think white is any better. He took on b4?
Yeah.
Okay. I understand what's going on. He's down to like 2 minutes only.
Oh.
So, and this was a bad move, by the way, taking on b4. So now, according to the machine, white is actually in trouble. So this is an annoying threat, of course. Like if you just rook c8, push the king away, and then rook d3, and white will be in trouble. So computer suggests you have to go rook c6 to cover the c file, and then rook a8 happens. And actually something quite similar. If king b2, rook d3, it's very hard to get rid of this rook on d3 then. So computer says bishop c1, and I somehow don't like it for white anymore. Like you have to play some passive moves to keep the equality, and it's not easy to do, especially when you're on 1 minute. It's strange how this psychology works, because normally you would think the shorter the time is, you want to be more solid, but in reality people do like, waiting for the very last moment, and then on 1 minute all of a sudden decide, okay, now let's play aggressive. Yeah, which is not very clever, but that's in human nature. We cannot do much. I've done it myself a few times. Like you look for some pawn break, let's say, in a center, and it doesn't kind of work to the extent that you want it to be. And you're waiting, and then with 1 minute, you can no longer calculate it, so you just say, okay, let's go. Yeah, and he does play rook c6. Anyway, this game will go on. Pichot against One Forest. One Forest did play queen to b5 move. And instead of bishop b3, Pichot captured on f7, went queen c3. So this one, it still has to be equal, but somehow computer starts giving slight advantage to black. Maybe not, then not anymore. Bishop here, queen here. No, now again it's equal. Okay, it's an equal position. The only worry is maybe that Pichot is down to 3 minutes only.
Yeah, and he's playing fast.
Yeah, he plays bishop b4. c5 is an option. Yeah, maybe you do play c5 just to block the bishop for now. Now, Jordan didn't do this. He went queen f5. And it's not the first time we see Jordan kind of using time as the factor, right? So his opponent is somewhat low on the clock. So Jordan plays the move fast and also leaves the board. And that's, you know, I'm not necessarily saying that he knows it, but it's one of the psychological tricks.
Yeah, that's a little bit risky because you also are playing fast and not finding maybe the best moves, but also you are tricking your opponent to maybe make some mistakes.
So more kind of adding even more pressure. Yeah, queen f5, attacking f2. So now, apparently, rook e8 needs to be played first. So check on e8 and only then to go queen. Wait, I don't know. Yeah, queen e3. So now the bishop is not lost because there is bishop e1. It's fine, but black has this funny tactic, knight h4. Takes and then give a check, take the bishop. King f1, queen takes, queen d3, g6, and it all ends with a draw. I don't know how it ends with a draw, but computer somehow in these sharp lines you turn to trust the computer. h5, rook g7, and so on. We'll see. Yeah, he needs to make a move. But again, a move like rook e8 is not easy to believe in a time trouble. And if he plays queen e3, by the way, then knight h4 actually gives black a reasonable advantage. Knight h4 threatening knight f3. You have to take, and then it's a check. And king f1, you just take the bishop. So he really Pichot needs to find this sequence of moves. Check here and... wait a second. There is also queen b2. Never mind. Queen b2 is safe. So protect f2, but also protect the bishop so that knight h4, queen g4 tactic doesn't work.
Down of 2 minutes.
Yeah, and he clearly feels a bit uncomfortable at the very least. Like the moment you start seeing these variations where your opponent has tactics, it's kind of very unpleasant, especially if before that the position was like very comfortable. All right. On board 3, Murzin is still completely winning against Luca Moroni. Somehow he decided to exchange this rook on a3, but still he's up a pawn and also has this fantastic knight on c5 against the bishop. So this should be easily winning.
And why he played king e2?
King e2 to play rook d1, I guess. So he wants the king here eventually, and to go, let's say, after that pawn. That's my understanding. Yeah. So after g5, I suspect he can go here. After this check, go here. Then if black does something, let's say black goes h5. Once again, you go rook e1, because exchanging the rooks means that white is comfortably winning. And after this check, finally, you can go to c3 and so on. Yes, he does play rook d1. Or maybe he just goes back. I don't know, also possible. So rook d1 check is played. Now a choice between king f2, king d2. Pichot found queen b2, by the way, we can see on the camera. And now one forest once again will be looking. So well played by Alan, identifying opponent's threats and keeping his pieces protected for now. What's interesting on board 4, Fedoseev, whom I thought was in a bit of trouble, he actually managed to trick his opponent and now is winning completely. So this was absolutely drawish. Before that he was like in a bit of a trouble. And how did he trick his opponent? This Queen c1 was already not so clever. Queen c2. And on move 40, Fedoseev's opponent was probably very short on time. He went Queen a1, allowing check, check, and Queen takes a5. And now, yes, a blunder.
Just in move 40.
Yeah, exactly. So
Oh
this is, you know, it's so many examples. Like you have this time trouble stage, and then finally you think, okay, that's the last move after which I'll get some increment, and this is where a lot of mistakes are made.
This is where you blunder.
Yeah. So now Fedoseev is winning. It will take him some time, of course, to convert, but I have little doubt that he will not win. So I think
he has an hour, and
yeah,
his opponent 23 minutes.
He has enough time and also a winning position. Okay, I'll check like boards 5, 6, and so on. Board 5, Kirill Shevchenko against Benny Eisenberg. I think we did not touch this game for quite a while. Here, relatively quiet position, just better for white because of the strong knight on d5. I think you can trade if you don't want to trade queen he played queen d3, queen f3. Computer was suggesting queen d1, but queen f3 of course is also a good option. So Kirill Shevchenko is probably winning this game. Great advantage for now anyway. And 5 minutes against 10 with 10 more moves to play.
It's not that bad.
Not that bad, yeah, not a terrible time trouble. On board 6, if we can check, that is really amazing position. Zhalmakhanov against Darda, this very sharp line. So bishop e7 check, king j8, rook h3 played. Knight to g6, captures on d6. Queen e5, rook d3 here, and queen d2. And computer says it's equal.
He found the best moves.
Yeah, he found rook h3 and everything. Yeah, and it's amazing. Queen takes e4 is played, which is, I guess, a mistake. Yeah, after queen e4, apparently white is winning with this move. Queen g5, now threatening a checkmate. With rook g6, also threatening some stuff like queen f6.
And if some checks, maybe.
Yeah, like check here, you can always run to a2, and he's safe. So, no, I think it's better not to give a check, because now at least the rook is pinned. So what computer does is king to f8, very sophisticated move, which is possible to miss.
And we cannot sacrifice the...
Yeah, because d3 is hanging with the check.
Yes.
So that's the trick. So, and even then it's not clear. You go king a2, and I would think white is good, but then rook e2, and it's black who is checkmating first. No, this is a crazy position. I don't know how people played this type of chess. It's too sharp. So reality is queen g5, king f8. White is better because of rook to d8. And some really funny line like that. Queen takes, rook e8, rook d8. You win the queen, but then it means you cannot take on f5, so you go king a2, and some position with queen and a bunch of pawns against bishop, knight, and rook. Bishop, knight, and rook. So black plays knight e7, for instance, and then you take this guy and you take this guy. white is winning, but it's still not easy to win. No. Yeah, because too many pieces for black. Yeah. No results. No, it's incredible.
If black gets very active, and they can start taking the pawns on G2 and F2.
Something like this. Yeah. Actually has to be careful as well. Like in practice, it's very easy for white to, even to lose, right? I mean, if black somehow coordinates all the pieces, because the logic is that you have what? You have one piece, it's the most powerful, the strongest piece, the queen, but your opponent has a few pieces. Therefore, he can attack the same pawns, the same squares multiple times. Queen g5 is played, so first move in the right direction. Maybe you could stay with this game for a little while. It's the most entertaining out of what I can see. Just quickly check if Alexandra is still winning. Yes, she is. And still playing, and her position is still winning. Alexandra Boltison, I just checked. So here... So Darda has to find king f8, otherwise I think he doesn't have a move. So for instance, if queen e5 is played, attacking b2 again, then this sacrifice works for what? Wow, knight, what? Wanted to say this sacrifice works, but this is some crazy stuff. Knight e7 check. What is this? Even after I'm advised on this line, I don't understand how it works. No, it's knight e7. It's a fantastic move. Knight e7 here. And then after rook takes, it's queen g6. And the rook joins from here on from here, depending on where the king is going.
Oh my god.
I think it's very easy to miss the move like knight e7. It's so untypical. I've seen... Here, computer gives rook g6, and automatically I'm only calculating queen takes g6, which loses, by the way. So it's not impossible that white will not see rook takes g6. Okay, if I don't see rook takes g6, if I take b8-3, how bad it is? It's equal. So the road to victory is very, very hard. And he didn't play. Yeah, he
What did he do?
No, sorry. Black played king f8, which is correct move, and he played rook d8. So we are going into this line with queen against 3 pieces, so now black has to play bishop c8. Seems like the only move. Because white still threatens to take, doesn't matter what black does, like threatens to take and go rook d8.
Darda is thinking.
Yeah.
He looks like he's shaking or something.
Well, 3 minutes only, very sharp position, 10 more moves to play, and he's I think he's a bit shocked, to be honest.
Yeah.
Wait a second, can someone... So if this happens, white is winning because he takes here with the queen. Yeah, you cannot take with the rook, it's pinned. Queen e8, and then... okay, queen f6. Also, you can exchange, go check and take, yeah? Queen f6, and then and he's winning. So now if queen e4, then queen g7 and knight d6 is a huge fork. The knight, the bishop, and the king. Yeah, so bishop c8 seems to be the only move to keep Darda in the game.
2 minutes 40 to find...
Yeah, to fight bishop b7 to c8. And I don't even know if there is anything else. Probably not. Well, he was about to make a move, and then he's second guessing himself. So something's... Yeah, I almost feel the tension. I mean, sometimes you look at the player and you don't even know like how much time he has, and so with him, he's so kind of you can tell that he's in time trouble, that he's nervous. He plays bishop c8 though. Finds the move.
Okay.
Find the move, and his opponent, Jalmakhan.
Yeah, he played really fast.
He's playing fast, but also like it's incredible how calm he is. Like if you look at his face, like no emotions. Like, and I've spoken to him a little. He actually is very emotional young guy. It's just like he manages to keep a poker face, like almost like nothing is happening.
I think it's important for athletes and of course chess players like to learn how to control their emotions and do some meditation and poker face and everything.
Well, it's kind of seems logical, but if you think one of the strongest players in the world, oh, actually not one, now that I'm thinking, okay, you have Nepo, who is like known for putting faces, and then you have Hikaru, who is also known for like his facial reactions are usually like very telling,
very expressive.
Yes. So in a way, it's probably part of the game, but you can definitely do like without having a brilliant poker face. So bishop c8 happened, rook 8 happened. I'm seriously that's kind of the game I like the most so far. I think, yeah, rook e8.
And now rook d8.
Rook d8 should be the move, yes, and he does it. So now bishop f5, check, king to a2. And we will get this position that we were looking at. Right, he takes the knight, so king a2 played a tempo. I remember we had like a lot of Darda fans in the chat.
Yes.
So I guess they should be with us today as well, right? I mean, he's playing like on one of the, not on the very top boards, but one of the top boards anyway. He's doing reasonably well in the tournament.
In the chat, someone is saying Kramnik, yes, would find Alexandra Bote's performance interesting.
Oh yeah, again.
Some funny jokes.
Yeah, people really like taking it too far. I mean, this is live chess. This is what the people
This
actually
is not online.
were comparing and saying, okay, let's see how they play live chess over the board, right? And for Alexandra, she's doing it well for now.
Oh my God, Alan Pichot has
38 seconds. Yes, I just switched to board 2 to check what's going on, and Pichot made his last move on 8 seconds. It's incredible.
Okay,
So,
they are in
Queen
move
b2,
yes, no.
King h7, bishop c3, c5, queen e2, rook e7. He played the best move, queen d1, and the position is still equal according to the machine. It's just that it's so worrisome that he's like making moves on seconds. That's usually something that you would like to avoid.
Yes. 4 moves under the time control.
He has to play 4 more moves. Probably will manage somehow. Like if exchanges happen, there's no problem. If Van Forest returns to f7, it's queen e2. But yeah, like literally having make a move with 8 seconds is a little bit too stressful to me, for instance.
Other is in time trouble is Maxim Chigia.
Chigaev, yeah. Let's see. Is he? Yeah, he's on 1 minute 30. He is also in not only in the time trouble,
No?
but also the position is not great. Bishop c5, rook. Wow. Rook e2, and computer says king e7, threatening king d7.
Is there
To
rook
trap the
trap?
rook, yes. So now, if this check happens, no, but this is very hard to understand. It's check here, and then if you take, it's bishop f8. And this, for whatever reason, I have no idea why, but this is winning. I got it why it's winning. It's all of a sudden a checkmate attack that you would not expect. Check here, and check from a...
Oh my God.
No, but seriously, it seems the king is so safe. The king seems to be so safe on c2, and nonetheless, after rook e2, king e7 wins. King e7 wins the game now.
Completely.
Wins the game for black, and it will be in like Parhov is running away. He wins like he'll be on 6.5 out of 7. That's
Oh my God.
that's insane.
He's
like
doing.
if he finds this is amazing. That's a very beautiful move, but also very hard move to find. So the best for white would be to go rook d2, rook takes, king takes, so at least the rook is not getting trapped. But then black is winning by going bishop f2 and starting kind of collecting all those guys. Rook c7, king f8, and it's not much you can do. Like you go this side, at some point there also will be rook a2, right?
And to try to take the b pawn, maybe.
He'll take this, yeah, and some rook a2. No, this is like completely winning for black. So only thing black has to do is to find king e7. All of a sudden, like we will be seeing these games finishing one after another. Like a lot of like really sharp positions, which turn into result very, very soon during the time trouble stage.
I think he will find it.
Okay, let's wait. Not an easy move to find, but at the same time, yeah, like if you think of it, like all of your pieces are really great except for the king. If he will spot that king e7 threatens king d7 to trap the rook. I think this is a hard line here, here, and the fact that bishop f8 wins because the king is getting checkmated. Like rook c8, rook d1, and rook back to e8. This is something very unusual. This is something very unusual. So, you know, sometimes you would say, my position is winning, or rather black's position is winning. So here I would not say this, because it's not that his position is so much better. It's like a almost random tactical chance. So accidental. Like for instance here, the position was close to equal if white simply gives a check first, and then you don't go king e8, you go king f8, and then you can go rook e2. And this one is equal. So it's a difference between, you see, having like almost equal position or being lost after this rook e2 move.
Alan Pichot is a...
Pichot, they've repeated, I think they've repeated the position for one more time. Yeah, rook e7, queen d1, rook f7, queen e2, and one forest played h5. So stopping white from playing h5, but also now this pawn is hanging sometimes. The computer even starts giving white slight plus. Yeah, queen needs to defend, right? So d1, rook d6, or d8.
I think to repeat is good for Pichot because now they are very much closer to the time control. Two moves. Okay, he played a3.
Yeah, sorry. He played a3. Also makes sense because black at some point was threatening to start moving the pawns, so to have it on a3 where it can be protected by the bishop is the good thing. And it seems at least computer doesn't see any advantage. It suggests to go, let's say, rook e7 and back, or rook d7, rook d1, trade the rooks. So perhaps the position is close to equal. Yeah.
And Jair, did he play? No, he's still thinking.
He's still thinking.
Yeah.
So board 1, yeah, we are waiting for the move from our leader. On board 2 here, one forest is thinking. Move 38 says they're very close to the time control, like in all of the games. Board 3, nothing has changed. Luca Moroni is still completely lost against Murzin.
And Daniel Darda, did they?
Darda, yeah, okay, let me see. For Darda, this is what's happening.
Yeah.
I think White somehow, yeah, after King E8, White strangely decided not to take on A3. He played F3, strange looking move, allowing A B2, King B2, Queen, Bishop E6. So now White does have two connected passed pawns, but they're not running too far. And also, there is one more motif that at some point, let's say if you sacrifice the knight for two pawns and just connect the pieces, so that it can be a fortress, yes,
yeah.
can be a fortress. It's very likely to be a fortress, in
Knight
fact.
G6 on the
Knight
board.
G6, possibly blundered by player with the white pieces, attacks H4, obviously the queen, but also defends the rook, because Queen F4 was with the idea that maybe some,
Yeah.
I'd say, you want to play something active, Knight D5, and then after Queen B8, the rook is lost. Knight G6, now...
Queen B8.
Yeah, Queen B8, E7.
Queen another check.
Yeah, you can have a perpetual, I think, by just going Queen B4 or Queen C7. Queen C7, Bishop D7, there is no perpetual.
And now it can defend with
Yeah,
G3.
G3, yeah. That's also possible. Just the thing is, computer no longer thinks that White has the advantage. Like before that, it was giving some line where it would think White is better. Now it gives equal, and on board one, Parhov made the move, and it was not King E7, so position is back to being almost equal. If we go back to board one, after Rook E2, once again, the winning move was King E7, King D7, with very unusual tactic. He simply played Rook to D8. So now, Rook C7, correct? That's the best move in the position. So there is still one factor, I just realized, there is one factor which is in Black's favor heavily. So the bishop on B2 is like really passive. Really passive. I mean, it's kind of doesn't even protect the right pawn. I mean, on E1 it would be protecting the G3 pawn, and here it just hits into E5 pawn, cannot be moved. So the only move for this bishop is on C1. So Rook 7 check.
At least there is no checkmate.
Yeah,
there.
Bishop E7.
Yeah.
Bishop E7. So what is happening now? One last move for Chigayev. And
1 minute. 40
yeah,
seconds.
Bishop C1.
It's waiting there.
Bishop C1 to play Rook D2 to start trading the rooks. This is what computer recommends.
If they trade the rooks, White is better.
Very likely because of this pawn. However, you know what? Let's say we do this and exchange all the rooks. I think because White pawn is on G3, it will be hard for White to win.
Yeah.
So this pawn is weak, but also G3 is weak. So you
Four
always
pawns in the black squares.
yeah. So you always have to, like, say, play Bishop E1 and keep it there, right? So king goes, let's say king goes, and it's impossible, almost impossible to win b4 and not to lose G3. So you go here and Black just waits. If you by any chance take e4, you might actually get in trouble. Bishop F2 and like
Bishop F2 and then Bishop F8. Just try maybe.
yeah, but
No.
Bishop F8,
Yeah.
then I will take too many. No.
Too many.
So like in order to make a draw here, you will have to go to E7 and G5 to defend like this, but then it's impossible to win. I think, yeah, the worst is behind Chigayev, I think, but he's still unlikely to win. It's incredible how...
I think he already moved, right? Bishop C1.
Bishop C1 move 40 is made, so now our leader has to play his move 40. And King E8, again, it's very natural because your bishop is pinned.
And he already
And he did, yeah.
Yes.
So this game reaches the time control. We can move on to board 2, I guess. Pichot against Van Forest. Did this guy reach the time control? Van Forest has to make it. So Pichot made his move 40.
Okay.
After Rook E7, Queen D1, Rook D7, Queen to B1 is what he's doing. He wants to exchange the queens. Correct, I guess. I'm looking for the way to, to somehow show that black king is also not
Yes,
completely safe, but
because that pawn on a5 is a little bit weak.
h5, yeah.
Yeah, h5.
Well, Jordan decided to trade, after which I think there is no risk for white whatsoever. Well, there is a funny tactic, knight e7, because if you take, you actually run into knight d5, which might still be okay, because you go here, and you go here, attacking the knight in h5 pawn.
Not enough pawns to.
And after knight d5, yeah, let's just move the a pawn or go f3 g4. Very likely a draw, but you don't need to do this, of course, with white. You don't have to. You don't have to play the position piece down. So there are better moves. Anyway, these guys reached move 40 as well. Fedoseev reached move 40 a long time ago. I want to check, like Shevchenko, for instance, where it's like a super messy position. He's also winning. And he just made move 40, queen d5, and now it's move 40 for his opponent. And I think white is just winning because of a very strong threat of rook f3. Somehow this queen is out of the game. Queen f3, knight f4, like everything is joining the attack. So
maybe let's wait for the move.
For move 40, yeah, so it's seconds left for Benny Eisenberg to play, and he just done it. Queen to c2. Queen to c2. Now rook f3. Rook f3 is winning for white, so threatening f7. The only way to protect f7 is to go knight d8 and then knight takes d4. Just crushing, like everything is hanging. The queen's attacked, the rook's hanging. So black's only success is that he reached move 40, but now after rook c2, after rook f3, he will probably resign.
There is one activity in Darda's game. Maybe.
Darda, yeah, they're playing a lot of moves. I think white settled for the perpetual check. Yeah, queen b8, king e7, and he's going after this. Okay. He's repeating the moves. I think it will be just a perpetual. Because it's kind of no way for white to make real progress.
And to try to push the pawns.
Yeah, but how do we exactly push the pawns?
First, G3. Yeah.
And computer gives this, and honestly, it's kind of hard to, because we want to go g4, right? And for this, we somehow have to have this one protected. For this, we want to have this one protected. Also, black has rook b5 ideas, some stupid stuff.
Yeah, I think they will make a draw.
Also, something to highlight, let's say queen d1, which is silly move, just to show that yes, you can play rook b5, but even a position like this should be a draw. Like if this happens, if black manages to trade the knight for 2 pawns, this should be holdable without much of an effort, because putting the bishop on d5 means that it protects both pawns and is protected by the c6 pawn. So your only task is not to blunder a rook, right? Not to blunder a rook. So I think white has all the reasons to just accept the draw. I think we have some results on the lower boards. We did not check a game of Jules Moussard till now. He's playing against, I think it's international master from Israel, Sokolovsky. I'm not sure if it's international master.
Yes, he's international master.
Yeah, so some rook endgame, which apparently is drawish, but maybe players still will try to do something.
They already reached time
Yeah,
control too.
that's
Yeah.
move 41 for Musart to play.
I think all the players they reached time control.
Yeah, exactly. I'm checking. So I just want to show the game which was on our screen, Paul Velten against Lorenzo Lodici, simply because I love this position. I mean, just look at it. How is it even possible? It's almost like a composed study and not a real game.
Yeah, what is the king?
The king is on b5. Also, there is no pawns on the board whatsoever. So that was incredible. I think if we missed something, we missed this game was really hilarious. Somewhere here, yeah, somewhere here it started. Crazy attacks. Rook f5 takes on d5, and now just look at this diagonal. So white king is in danger, right? And he says, you know what? I don't care. I take on f6. With the king,
care.
yeah, it's incredible. Take on f6. Take on f6. Knight f4.
It looks like he's losing.
Yeah. And apparently he was losing, but then black went knight g6, queen g8, knight g6, and the tables turned. Somewhere here white was winning. I mean, it was a lot of stuff happening in this game.
Rook sacrifice.
Rook e5, rook sacrifice, yes, knight e4, bishop e4, bishop e4 takes on h8. Funny that the knight in the corner, was black winning or not? I'm thinking this, bishop f6. That was my first instinct that this would win. But then rook e1. Yeah, rook e1.
It's surprising the players calculate all this stuff.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it was so. Sometimes you look at the game text, and you understand it was a lot of work behind these moves.
Every move you have to calculate many different of checkmates everywhere.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, so black had a perpetual check. White could not avoid. White decided to take on. Black decided to take on c2. So black is playing for a win. And queen g8, king here, queen g4, king here, f6, king b5. Computer still says it's a draw. There is no, not draw, but equal. It doesn't show any perpetual check. It says, you know what, you have the passed pawn, move it forward. This is crazy.
Both
this is
players.
absolutely crazy. Both players, yeah.
Yeah, they are
One
playing
pawn.
for the win. Yeah.
Yeah, one pawn left. No, that's an incredible game. This for sure we have to keep an eye on. Other than that, yeah, Shevchenko's gonna win. Okay, we will get some results on those top boards relatively soon. So I suggest
Luca Moroni. Sorry.
Luca is still in a very bad position, I think. Yeah. He's same, the pawn down on board 3.
They also reached time control.
They reached time control, and no, that's the problem with let's say something like that. It's almost impossible to come back because he's a pawn down and also much worse positionally. So even if somehow his opponent blunders a pawn, let's say without the pawn on f3, it would be easier for black, but possibly still lost, strangely enough.
Yeah, the bishop is a prisoner
the bishop is terrible.
Of the pawn on a6.
Yeah, it has to defend the pawn on f6, exactly. I had the suggestion that we check if Alexandra is still playing or she won. She won. Alexandra Bots has won her game.
Oh, wow.
Continues to lead the tournament. In fact, she won relatively quickly. Maybe even her opponent lost on time because, here black was winning, of course, but there wasn't like checkmate or something, and it was move 35, so maybe just lost on time. So wins for both Alexandra and Andrea Botes. Zachary
the Botes sister won their games, and Zachary
lost his game, and Alexandra's likely pursuitors will be Alessia Natalie, who is probably winning. No, she's not. White to move can go here, and then sacrifice the bishop. That's a draw.
This is convenient for Alexandra.
Yeah, but Rudy Knorrs is winning against one extension, and Rudy has less points.
Yes.
So that's super cool for Alexandra. She will be leading the point with one full point.
Yeah,
That's
everything
cool.
is
That is
going
cool
well.
for
Yeah.
her.
Yeah, exactly.
And since everyone reached the time control, I think we will take another short break before staying with you guys till the end of the round. So
Yeah, see you soon.
Welcome back. Welcome back to the remainder of the broadcasts for round 7. And once again, I'm joined by Luca. After the time control, I want to say like most of our top 10 boards survived the time control. We've got a couple of results, but a lot of stuff is still in progress. So we'll take a look at most of those. And and I've just gotten informed that we are raided by Botes Live, and thanks very much for the raid, and congratulations to both sisters. It was well played today. So board 1 we are witnessing. They just agreed to draw. Maxim Chigayev and Yair Parhov, and so far Parhov is anything but impressive. I mean, he's I can't call it anything but impressive. That's seriously, is he a grandmaster? I keep forgetting, or he's an international master. Anyway, he's facing these 2650 guys. He's not shy. He's playing very well and leading the tournament, quite possibly alone, because he held one of his rivals for a draw. Then on board 2, Pichot and Van Forest are very likely to make a draw as well. That's their position after 40 moves, 40 something. And Luca Moroni, who could technically with the win catch up with Parhov, he is in a very bad shape. So that's his game on board 3. And somehow last time we've seen it, it was remember, like after the opening we were looking at it, and somehow he didn't couldn't find anything, so kind of
we already mentioned this was a very hard position to play for black, and basically in every moment of the game white has at least 4 or 5 good moves, while black has always to find
kind of the best move
in order to stay like -1, minus 1.5.
And up to some point he was able to, and then eventually I think like here what Murzin did was good enough, but say even better would be like computer was giving some funny line with complete domination, like G4, and then because you have to guard E6, you go all the way to C8, and then H3. Sadistic in a way, so like restricting the bishop. The rook is locked on A3, and then if you try to go after the A2 pawn, it's always rook E1, rook E7, and just winning.
And it's already bad position for black. It's even worse when you play this kind of position against a player like Volodar, with all the style. It seems like those old Soviet master sporta where you will be tortured for at least 40 moves without any chance to have counterplay.
All right, so that's exactly what happens. On board 4, Fedoseev somehow, out of the blue, wins this.
Yeah, actually, I like it very much how Fedoseev regrouped his pieces when he had black queens behind his king.
Yes, when they've gotten to something like this, let's say, it looks like black is slightly better, in fact, So for him, in order for him to win, he had to play a lot of tricky moves, like here, for instance. Maybe it all started here because the A2 pawn is always weak, and then one careless move at E4, and it's not like white's immediately better, but it improves the position a lot, so that not having to care for the A2 pawn.
Yeah, it takes away the main weakness of white position. So maybe Queen D5 was a little bit careless.
Right, and then, but still, it was all. What was the moment? I think there was a specific moment where black went terribly wrong. So they were playing back and forth, knight d4, queen c1, and after queen c1, all of a sudden it's already black who is in trouble.
Yeah.
Queen c2, and if you trade, it turns out white king is too close to the pawns.
Yeah.
He didn't trade, and then this nice maneuver, queen to c8 to f5 to a5 wins the pawn.
I think this is one of the games where visually black was seems to be always better because he had centralized queen, all the pieces centralized, maybe also some space advantage. But maybe forgot some practical and useful tips of the past, like the one Botvinnik used to say. So knight endgames are like pawn endgames.
Yeah.
So here black can never exchange queens because otherwise white will win. And this gives, of course, white many possibilities.
Right.
And forces black to play in a way that it's difficult to hold the position in the long run. So visually, black seems to have counterplay.
Even here, right?
Even
like
here,
here, pawn down, but
so
but somehow, Fedoseev, it looks so easy, even though it maybe wasn't the easiest position to convert, but he made it so easy. Yeah, 6, just pushing the pawn forward, knight c2. A7 and wow, knight e4. Beautiful. What was I missed this moment. So queen e4, queen f1 checkmate, right? Oh, not the checkmate. Queen f1, king g4, f5, f5 something. Yeah. So king e4 and he met with the king forward and eventually position with an extra knight. Some counter chances because of this h pawn, but shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah. It's. I think this game could very well be in this kind of books like a matter of technique or something like this. It's very instructive for white.
Yeah, and what's interesting, like the kind of good old books, let's call them this, right? So now you check with the machine, and of course if you check with the machine, it's a lot of mistakes and so on and so on. But interestingly, I still think that these are very useful books because, human train of thought is getting explained instead of just showing the variations. Yeah. Because now, how do you analyze an endgame with the machine? I mean, it will make a fool out of you. It will say, like, the moment you think you are better, it's always a draw, or vice versa, right? I mean, you think you are holding, no, it's checkmate in 57.
Yeah, right. One of the advices of many top trainers is never watch the game during the tournament, after the round, or even after many rounds with the machine. Because if you won, then maybe at 1 or 2 points in the game, you will find out that
you could play
better, or even your opponent could have played better.
Yeah.
And if you lose, you will find at least 1 point in which you could have equalized. So no matter what, you will go under in your psychological composure or posture.
Yes, so there is no benefit.
No benefit. Just after the tournament you can do this, but not during the tournament.
Yeah. Okay, some other games that are still in progress but pretty much decided.
And for example, Miro, if you go a little bit earlier in the game, when white has still the knight on c2.
Just a second.
Before he plays knight d4. Okay, no, ahead.
With the
ahead,
here, knight c2, here.
Okay, he does this trick with knight e4. We go ahead, check. Queen c4, queen a5, and king e2. Okay, now maybe many lower-rated players would take the pawn on b4, but here Fedoseev understands that activity of the knight is more important.
Yeah,
so the knight must go on d4.
This is the moment.
Yeah, b4 is not important. Material is not important here.
Yeah, so you go to d4, and I think that's one of the concepts that also is not covered fully. Is that when you have overwhelmingly winning position, so you have the engine approach, play the best moves, win in the limited amount of time. But there is also a practical approach to identify what are the ways I'm not winning this winning position.
Yeah.
And it is connected, in this particular case, with black somehow promoting the h-pawn. So even if, like, winning the b4 pawn, you'd be 5 tempi ahead, if you can stop the h-pawn, this is what I'm doing at least. Like, I know, okay, I can go and stop the h-pawn, and there will be no discussion, because I'm up a knight, I will always win. And instead, you're absolutely right, that there was a possibility to go queen f8 check first, and then, let's say, take on b4, and of course it's winning, but why would you do this to yourself? Or maybe king h7, whatever. Okay, so that's the position right now.
Yeah.
That's the position right now. Now it seems that he can take. He can also. I don't know. Computer's doing something weird. It gives a check and then gives an. No, it's just going back and forth. It's a very weak engine, the one that I'm using. So sometimes it tends to do this back and forth thing. All right, so what I wanted to say, that there was what? There was board 4. On board 5, the game's still in progress, but Shevchenko is absolutely winning against Benny Eisenberg. It's an extra exchange, so not much to discuss. And on board 6 is a really funny position.
Yeah, very interesting position where engine evaluation is almost useless because the game is played among humans.
Yeah, it's always zeros.
Zero. The first 3 lines are almost 0, yeah.
Yeah. And it was an exciting game before that, and even here. So the notable moment, I think, was somewhere around here where, around move 40. So White was going for a check, and Black decided to deviate, to play on, even though, like, computer probably gives equality. If anything, programs are known to be very good with queen against the pieces, right? So,
Yeah.
So it could be that computer actually would prefer white. But for interesting. After this check, king e6. The bot says black would have been better. So there was a miss in a game. Black played king d6 and not king e6.
Can we spot the difference? Why is that?
I presume that you can take here, maybe. While after that, if you take f3, what's the tree? Queen f7 simply. I was looking for some double attack. The difference is, the king from e6 defends the f7 pawn, and from d6 it doesn't.
And on the check on e3 there is knight e5.
Yeah. So that is a beautiful line. So that after king e6, you would think, the touchable because double attack, but and again, from my experience, I can tell that if, let's say, we are playing queen against the pieces and some harmony like this starts to happen when they protect each other, and also sometimes indirectly you cannot take because it's a fork. So that usually is a very bad sign for the side with the queen. So all the pawns are falling and you cannot really do anything. So in our case, black managed to capture one of the pawns on h4, but it looks like white is back to some sort of perpetual. Queen b7, king d6. And on a camera they've already agreed a draw.
Draw.
And shuffling the pieces. So it is one of those draws that, none of the players is ashamed with. I mean, it was a very, very good, very sharp game. Right, so getting more and more results, and there is a fascinating position in the game of Paul Welton and Lorenzo Lodic.
Let's see Lorenzo how he's doing.
That's I mean, what's this? And it was a crazy Sicilian with like white attacking and winning at some point, and then black running away from not from the short castle, but from e8. I mean, this king went to a4.
Yeah.
So incredible.
Yeah, but Lorenzo is very comfortable in this kind of position.
So he's a very sharp player.
Yeah.
King, but it's amazing. Like they casually just playing Queen g5, King a4, almost like a study. Bishop e7, Queen e3, Opa, and now apparently black is just winning with Bishop f5. How could this happen?
With Bishop f5.
Yeah, I don't know what it means. Bishop f5, or whether so here. Or, wait, here it was equal with queen to g4. Don't ask me why. Yeah, after he played h5, he blundered bishop e7, and black is simply winning in exchange. And then queen e3 is even worse. because now what? Bishop f5 for whatever reason is very strong. And why not queen g2, for instance? Because it's king h4 and we are back to unclear position. This is crazy. I mean, when you, as the human, when you try to kind of we stopped competing with the exchange with engines. That's clear. But sometimes even it gives you some strange line, and you follow it, and you say, okay, I understand. It's because this and this, and then the answer is no, and you don't see even half of it, or 1/10 of it.
Yeah, let's say that many times engines helps us to understand not only new possibility but new qualities of the pieces.
Mm-hmm.
It's known that by solving studies and studying endgames, you learn not only to think out of the box, but you learn a different quality of the pieces.
Yeah, somehow the mechanics, like how to...
geometry and so on. And engines helps us to improve this kind of understanding.
Yeah, and the feeling is like taking it to absolutely other level nowadays. So some positions, not some, but a lot of positions that especially us kind of old school guys have an opinion on, and then you check with the engine and it's like evaluation, if not the opposite, but say you thought it was an advantage, it's absolutely equal, or vice versa.
Yeah.
So
I think the last book by Matthew Sadler on when he goes through all the classics with the engine, also games of Capablanca and so on. It's very interesting because it shows how engines, of course, will refute many variations in those games, but nonetheless, classics are always classics. So the teachings in these games are always very important.
Right. What board is that? I'm trying to understand. Sivuk, ex-Ukrainian, currently representing Sweden, just won his game, but okay. Now we are getting the moves. Bishop e4. I don't know. It was a blunder or something. Black is already up 3 pawns. So his opponent just resigned. Leonardo Costa, international master from Germany. So what's important for us is to see how the first board's gonna... first board's made a draw. Second board, I guess. Second board is important. Third board, Luca Moroni, I think he's about to lose. Yeah, the a-pawn now is going forward.
Yeah.
It's pretty straightforward. It's just a6, a7, and Morzin is still thinking because he has the time, I guess. That would be the only explanation. Wait, and what happened to Alan Pichot? He's a pawn down all of a sudden. It was an equal material. Maybe still a draw. I don't really know. Rook to d6, c4, bishop c3. So he was forced to give the f2 pawn, but at the same time, now that the bishop is active, rook is active, I guess it's fine with rook d7 ideas somewhere. So check on c2, knight e1, king f1, knight f3, and still black is still trying.
Yeah.
One of the things where black is still trying. Wait a second. Rook to d7. The move I'm not very comfortable with. I don't know. Like a rook endgame like that. Is it just... Because I understand it's rook behind and but the king is cut off on the first rank.
Yeah.
But computer's not impressed at all.
It says.
Just a draw, it says. And the best try apparently is to go king g6 instead, playing for
improving king position.
Maybe trying to play for some sort of a checkmate. I don't know. Rook g7. How bad is rook g7 for it? It's still a draw. Same thing. Right. So this is likely a draw, but can be can be played for quite some time. Boot 3. Yeah, a few moves left, and very likely Murzin's going to win. And I guess this is it. Yeah, Kirill Shevchenko won. Darda, they've agreed a draw. There was a perpetual. Yeah. Yeah, most of the games on boards 1 to 10 are finished. So we have this Welton against Lodici, this crazy position where Black is winning. Then we have on our camera view Luca Maroni and Volodar Murzin.
Let's see for a moment how is the position, even if should be winning for white.
Yeah. So Luka went for some form of trick. After a6, he could stop the pawn, but of course it means resignation. So instead he went bishop e4, check, king here, king f4, bishop f3. There isn't even a checkmate set up. Like a7, and then in online chess, I think you play bishop d5, hoping for them to pre-move queen, and you pre-move rook f3. But that's online chess we are talking about. And here, I mean you can do this, and then white has 5 different ways of winning. There isn't even a discussion that this is completely winning, of course. So a win for Fedoseev. Anything else? There were like some crazy interesting games on lower boards, but I can't find them right now, so perhaps they've finished already. So Lorenzo is
the only one.
The only one, like where it's still entertaining. But yeah, if he finds bishop f5, that once again will be the end of this.
Did you check the game by Alexandra Botez with Black today?
We've done. We've done. And she played
very well. Yeah.
All right, Murzin has played a7. I think we are. Oh, wait a second. a7 c5. No, the game is actually going on. I don't know why. c5, is there? No, there is no stalemate, no nothing. So it's just of course, sometimes you just don't want to resign, and
you have to come to terms. It takes time. Come to terms.
Well, it's again. I have some friends who play poker, and then we were ex chess players, and then we were discussing, and it's how different, in fact. I mean, you would expect, like, okay, it's both games and so on, but how different sometimes is, like in chess, not resign. You don't lose much by not resigning. You pretty much don't lose anything. Yeah. Like while to be able to fold, which is not an equivalent of resigning, but to be able to fold in poker is a skill, right? So to cut your losses, or in some other fields,
in finance as well.
To cut your losses and
let your profits run, right? Because if you don't cut your losses, then it's a problem.
Yeah. So in chess, what would be the equivalent of cutting your losses? It's probably like round robin tournament. You've lost 2 games, and you understand you're not in the best form, and you play a draw with or you switch to like playing very solid and scoring as many as possible. Yeah.
Old school, like after a loss, just draw. And just to stop the bleeding.
Yeah, which doesn't work very well in the open tournament, right? Because you have to score. I mean,
somehow you have to score.
You have to score. So, if anything, Murzin has played some really unconventional move, in my understanding. I mean, I don't care if it's the best move in the position and everything. Like knight b5, he played. And that's the move I'm not looking at. I mean, I simply cannot imagine myself playing knight.
There was an interesting endgame, I think, in lower rated boards played with Black by Natoli Alessia. against a stronger player.
So that's she's one of the leaders in the B group, I think, right?
I didn't. I watched it.
This one.
Yeah, that
And,
one.
and
Yeah,
it
yeah,
finished. Yeah, it's finished.
Yeah.
And at some point it was.
It's a B tournament, this one.
Right, yeah.
Okay.
So she's one of the pursuers of Alexandra Botes.
Yeah, it's. I think it's a little bit interesting before when she converted well her space advantage when there were still rooks on the board.
Yeah.
Yeah, this way. F3, and then knight e4, check, king c4.
And this was winning.
King c, rook c8.
Rook c8
yeah,
here.
I watched it live and I thought this is winning because now it's bishop e1 and then there is the theme of interference in order
Knight
to capture
c3,
b4
king
pawn.
f3 here. And this was a mistake, and she had to go to e3,
King d3,
and then apparently go here and win this guy.
Yeah, that's the point.
So this is tricky. This is tricky, and yeah, on the camera view we see how Murzin and Luka have finished their game. Yeah, so a victory for Oldar Murzin.
So this game is interesting, this end game, because it's when you want really to improve, you have to improve your end game knowledge. And here, apparently, you want to win the pawn before. This is human. But instead, like you said, what happens? What's the only chance for white?
Yeah, it's how do I not win? Yeah, it's that he plays e4 and takes my e5 pawn. Yeah,
and so king d3 opposition and shouldering of the white king wins.
Yeah, so I suspect like if white allows to go e4, it's pretty trivial. Yeah. So the only chance could be and it's also ironic that after this and this, the knight covers g3, so no attack on this pawn. Like say bishop h2. Maybe
the knight dominates.
Maybe I would have a chance. Yeah, but the knight dominates the bishop. So the only thing is this. No, it's like a few tempi short. White is a few tempi short, right? Yeah, it's too easy. Because sometimes, like you have to be precise here. You don't have to. It's just simply faster.
Yeah.
Right. So, and then one careless move, king b3, and after e4, it turns out it's already.
Yeah, because white can attack pawn e5. Yeah.
Right, and just time to arrive to a3.
Yeah.
And she's saved this way. Yeah, like not much is going on in the B tournament. Not much is going. Yeah, I think that's the game on our screen is pretty much the only one which matters a lot. Yeah, the only one that matters a lot because also. Wait. Some stuff's happening. So I think this was the moment. We've seen it. Rook d2, check, king h6, bishop f6, and what did he do? Rook d6, unforced, following this bishop. And it's also really strange if you were talking about the engine evaluation. Okay, the engine I have here, it's quite a weak one, but doesn't matter. What does it mean when it gives 0-20 or minus 0-20 in this case? Because I understand what zeros mean. It means it's a draw, right? Like huge minus means it doesn't see the checkmate yet, but black is winning. Yeah. And like in human understanding, there could be only two possible outcomes in this game. Yeah, white's not winning this one, so it's either draw or black wins. And like this little negative number probably means like it runs the simulation and once in 1000 games maybe black wins
maybe
somehow.
I don't know which engine is this, but it would be interesting and crucial to know the evaluation of the first 3-4 lines, so to know the trend. So if you have the first line who gives minus 0.20 and the second, the third, and the fourth that gives you minus 0.40, 0.60, minus 1, it means that the trend is good for black, in black's favor. So the trend of the first 3-4 lines when you analyze any position, it's more important than the single evaluation of the first line.
Yeah, I agree, because like looking only at the first line, we kind of take this assumption that we are capable of playing as an engine, right? Which is not true.
In 2018, after last round of candidates, I had the opportunity to talk with Sasha Grishuk, which lost the last round against Caruana in this Russian defense. He had white, and he had to win, and Caruana won the candidates. And it was interesting because he told me that he remembered this line because he prepared that line, the line of this game in the Russian defense, in the Petrov defense. So he knew how to go on. But at one point he chose to play a3 before because it was the human line, because he could remember only the first move of the engine line, and he knew that the other moves were so unhuman that was pointless to enter the engine line.
Impossible to recall.
So if a super grandmaster like Sasha says this, it means that it's impossible to play like the engines for so many moves.
Honestly, again, I'm thinking, like, if we check the openings nowadays, like the popularity of London opening, it's so understandable, because at least, like, if I confuse everything, I know that I have to play e3, c3, bishop goes to d3, and so on, right? While, like, remembering those 20 moves of Naidov, and then this time I have to go king b1, and this time a3, and maybe it's a difference between me winning and losing. So it's not a lot of people want to do this, right? So, and it's probably a good advice if you're looking for the opening and you're not yet kind of for the opening to play, and you're not yet a super professional which dedicates all the time, then look for something that you understand schematically, that you know, like, what's the main purpose and where my pieces have to be in order to
which pieces to
efficient,
exchange, which pieces to keep, and so on. And then we come back to the issue we discussed before about the price per move. But because, for example, in his new books, Sergei Tivyakov wrote this Rock Solid Chess series, fantastic book, by the way, both volume 1 and volume 2. And he defines price per move as the difference between the value given by the engine if it's white to move, or if in the same position it's black to move. So the difference for him, it's the price per move.
So,
in our opinion, instead, with my team, we define price per move as the average difference between the first two lines of the engine and everything else. So it's a little bit different, but when you have positions where the price per move is very high, so this means that it can't be compared to the volatility of financial markets.
So when something very sharp,
and volatility, we used to say in financial markets that the volatility deforms time. So if you stay in front of financial markets in a very sharp environment, very volatile trading, 1 hour it seems to you like 1 day or 1 month. And the same goes with chess. If you are playing a very rather sharp position, 10 minutes will be like 2 hours.
No, absolutely. It's like you can play, imagine simultaneous display, and you play 10 boards, and would you rather play the invited grandmaster gets all white pieces, and would you rather play like 10 Catalans where you are slightly better and you know what to do, or you have to face like 10 different Naidovs against some young kids who studied the line? So this is like volatility in chess, right? So price per move is I love this concept, and like know it from quite some time ago. Okay, and price per move for Pichot is actually reasonably high, but also the move is logical. Bishop a1 to keep the rook defended. And does it mean that at some point, like, I don't quite understand, rook a3, how do you... you get the square all the time. One of the squares is always available. This, and then specific... and here you also have rook d7. So once the bishop appears on d4, you can actually kind of resolve this this knot of pieces. Some young chess lovers appeared.
So that's the only one that is going. Fedoseev has won in a very nice fashion in the end. I think his opponent was trying to push those pawns and just collapsed. Yeah.
What did Maxim do today? Shigayev?
It's a draw at
It's
the
a draw,
end.
draw,
Yeah,
draw,
it's a
okay.
draw at the end.
Okay,
So-
first board against Park.
Right, and interestingly, later on I checked with computer and my, napkin calculation with knight c4 maybe was the most real chance of getting the advantage. Because what happened in the game, so once again, for those who maybe just joined us, at some point I thought had this idea of going knight c4 and sacrificing the pawn, and in fact, if the sacrifice accepted, white is just winning.
Yeah.
So black would have to take on c4. And compared to the game, after bishop d6, king c2, we would transpose to the game. But here, it's much better to have the king on e2.
On the other
on
side.
e2, of course, not having to care about like f5 breaks. Also, maybe you one day can play b4, who knows. So king on e2 would have been much more useful.
Yes, because c5 is the
weakness,
point to attack.
Yeah. This is it. Right. So I wonder if we could check what current results do we have on the top 10 boards. Or it's live standing, right? It's a live standing. So 6 points for Yair Parhov after 7 rounds. Chigayev on 5.5, Fedoseev on 5.5. And 5.5 it will be a huge tie because people who are winning from kind of lower positions, it will be a huge tie. So for instance, now spot 8, Alan Pichot, he's still playing, so that means very likely a draw and one more person on 8.5, and so on and so on. Right.
Yeah, it's a tournament decided in the last round for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. So we only have 2 games going. It's Pichot won Forest and
also Lodici should
Lodici,
go 5.5.
Yeah. Lodici is winning this
becoming
crazy
the best Italian.
pawnless middle game. It transposed quite a bit.
Oh.
Yeah, we will check the position right now. Yeah, and you can see that on 5 points there will be a bunch of people. So that's a game of Lorenzo Lodici, and let me see what was this
here.
Yeah, like this was still okay, and apparently h5 was the blunder. After which bishop e7 and queen e3, bishop f6 wasn't the strongest but was good enough. Queen d4, and the king is surprisingly safe. It's amazing, of course, like an absolutely empty board.
Cold-blooded Lorenzo.
Yeah, everyone is kind of attacked. Rook d8. Come on. That's just crazy. Rook d8. And it's a strong move too. It's not like okay, queen a6, king d5, queen b7, queen c6. No, incredible. And now I'm curious what move he's going to play now, because computer shows rook g8, of course, some quiet move. So no one cares about check. That's again amazing. The difference in such positions, right? That the first things we check is, of course, like checks, captures, and so on. And like when you see the actual first line of the computer, it's very often some really quiet move. And again, you probably can go about these positions by thinking, does he have a threat, right? White. If white doesn't have a threat, let me create a threat.
Or by exclusion.
Again,
you simply check that your king is safe, there is no tactics, and then you improve your position.
Right. But okay, rook g8, it turns out like white is so strong because computer wants to enter this. And this is something that no human on earth is going to do, even though reportedly it's checkmate in 10. So it's a check here. I still don't understand how it's...
because it can never go on the g file in g5 because there is...
g3, and this is a checkmate like that. So this is beautiful.
Yeah.
check here, and the check here, a checkmate
Queen
here.
f3, yeah.
Ah, so that's why. No, but still, if he finds it, it's...
He can find it. Lorenzo, as I told you, it's these kind of positions are his cup of tea. So
Right, so it's queen f3. How exactly is the checkmate? Check on d1, because I suspect it will be... Ah, no, there is no quiet move. I thought it would be one more quiet move. No,
just
it's
force.
the end, yeah. So here, and then even I know how to checkmate. Check, and back to e5. Crazy. Crazy stuff. So Lorenzo will be on 5.5.
yeah, first of Italians, very well deserved after today's game.
Yeah, and Francesco Sonis,
He won?
I think he won, but he dropped a couple of points
Before,
already.
yeah. Actually, today he won against another Italian player who is very imaginative, has a lot of fantasy.
I remember checking his game, but now I don't even see where it is. Anyway, so I think the main focus still should be Pichot and one forest, but here, yeah, I'm
Lorenzo moved. What he moved?
let me find out. He went with a human approach,
Queen
which
yeah,
is
yeah.
a check on e6, which isn't much worse. It's checkmate in 12.
Ah,
Rook
okay.
g8 was in 10,
10,
and this one is checkmate in 12.
Yeah.
So, yeah, engine sometimes is a little bit silly. No, of course, yeah, like king king g2, you go rook check, and king h4, bishop f6, and once again you either force a rook check, after which everything is finished, or you take the knight, and after knight f6, queen f6, you stop calculating.
Yeah.
Because it's an extra rook, and also you are the one giving checks to your opponent.
Yeah.
And Pichot against one forest. Look at the camera. One forest. All of a sudden, he pauses and looks at the position as if his opponent blundered.
Yeah. His body language.
Yeah, he was given this look like, okay, this is something I didn't expect, but also, are you sure it's playable? You know, said nothing too bad according to the machine. I'm thinking. After king e2, now machine doesn't really change the evaluation. It's still equal. And he takes g3. Okay, fine. So maybe from his standpoint, it's it changes the evaluation because he's up a pawn, and for computer doesn't care. It thinks that this is still a draw. I wouldn't be comfortable, to be honest. I wouldn't be comfortable with white. Kind of, if I don't have a choice, of course I would play and maybe even make a draw, but
it's much easier to play for Jordan than for Pichot, this kind of position. Yeah.
c3.
How exactly on the board?
How exactly it is a draw? I'm wondering. Doesn't even do any sort of tactical sequences. Just goes rook b5 and says it's a draw. Amazing. I just realized Pichot is very short on time.
Yeah, it's a few seconds, I think.
Few seconds, so that's additional
pressure for him,
and kind of additional chance for one forest maybe. If one forest wins, that'd be an amazing comeback after a loss in round one.
Definitely.
Yeah, I understand the Swiss system works in such a way that you're getting
at least you get a second chance.
Somewhat easier opponents maybe for the next couple of rounds. Yeah, but then 5 out of 5, and now still with some chances.
And then you come from behind, challenging the top seeds.
Yeah.
While you are on a winning streak.
Yeah. Meanwhile, this one is over. Lorenzo wins.
Yeah.
So Pichot and one forest is the last game. Is the last game running after rook b7. And
I mean, I'm very tempted to, to declare this one to be a
draw,
draw.
but
yeah, but somehow it's a little bit shaky. I think if it ever happens to be rook and knight against the rook, this is where I'm calling it quits.
yeah, okay, rook and knight against rook.
Because
yes.
even if result is not 100% guaranteed, I don't think like commentating on rook and knight against the rook adds any value. Recently, there was, I don't remember who said that, but there was an observation that people on average are much better defenders in this kind of situations. Rook and bishop against the rook, rook and knight against the rook. I'm not sure why. Maybe, strangely enough, once again, the presence of online information on this, because like you either have to get a specific book, the endgame book, and open the specific chapter and study it, or you watch a short video, then you are getting explained the
basic concepts,
the defensive setup, and this is it.
Because in the old times, in our times, you had to buy Yuri Averbach Endgames book, encyclopedia, and so on.
Right.
And to open the chapter, study all the possible nuances. And it took days.
Absolutely. Yeah, they also had like some stuff they had wrong, which is understandable. By the way, I thought that like a lot of people are impressed with openings of old players, like. If you think of it, Botvinnik system in the Slav, it kind of managed to stay the test of time. It is still a playable opening, or the same goes for the sharp variations in French, when Botvinnik was maybe not the inventor, but he pushed the theory in front a lot, like sacrificing G7, H7 pawns. But what amazes me even more is how much of the endgame theory people gotten right. So of course, now it's very popular to check with the computer, say, okay, you got this wrong and this wrong. But if you think of it like, how do you get anything right? Not having the computer analyzing for days, sometimes absolutely like crazy endgames. So this is really...
It's incredible, If you go through the books by, as I mentioned, Averbach, but also Rabinovich.
Even older ones.
Old ones written in the 20s.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
And somehow we had this discussion yesterday with some guys, like Troitsky line with in the endgame with two knights against the pawn. Without a computer. How do you come up with all that? Because still it's a handful grandmasters in the world who knows kind of the theory.
How to lose the tempo in order to checkmate your opponent.
That's absolutely incredible. Right, okay, so we are getting more and more moves, but no change in the evaluation, even though well, the h4 pawn is also hanging. So he went rook c4, prepared to exchange wait a second. So after this check, king f3, and now after rook h4, the only move to save is king g3. Okay, not the hardest one, but still. So rook h2, if the king goes to the first rank, then again rook h4. And we cannot take because knight f2 or knight e3. Not easy. And rook h2, of course, you try your chance. You try your chance, you play.
That's another important principle in competitive chess, to give your opponent the chance to go wrong.
Absolutely.
If you have two lines, just give him the chance to go wrong.
Absolutely. Try to the very end. I think that's, again, some people take it kind of take the whole concept wrong when they say play till the end, and they just, without any sign of a thought, just moving the pieces back and forth, waiting for the opponent to fall off a chair. That's something I do not approve necessarily. But here, so Jordan is trying, so setting some smaller traps and so on and so on. So
in the old school, we were thought to resign when, as a matter also of respect towards your opponents. I remember when I was 12, I played, because there was this top tournament in Italy, Reggio Emilia, New Year's Eve tournament. organized by great Enrico Pauli. And so I was 12. It was a tradition. After the tournament, 2, 3, 4 top grandmasters came to my town to play a simul display. And I played Vasily Smyslov.
Whoa.
And I was the last to finish at 1 a.m.
Whoa.
But I was forced to resign because I played French defense. He played knight c3, bishop b4, immediately queen g4. And of course, one of the themes of this opening is that white sometimes get the h-pawn as a passed pawn, which is like a train. It goes directly to h8. So his pawn was still on h4. So I could have played on. But the organizer of the simul came to my board, seeing Smyslov still playing against me at 1 a.m. said, "You have to resign. The h-pawn will promote." And then I resigned, of course.
Yeah. So now I'm afraid the young kids, they would say no, I'll be playing.
No.
Which is not necessarily a bad thing. It's just chess changed for sure, but I don't know if for better or for worse, right?
Yeah. There was this kind of aura that we had, that these grandmasters had, and so we had to pay respect to these giants,
Fair enough, yeah. But I think what changed, again, we could talk about this computer's intervention that also changed perception for the viewers.
Yeah.
Because back in the day, you watch some game and you think, yeah, okay, those are the best, the deepest moves and so on. And even if like one move is criticized, you would never know for sure.
Yeah.
Right. And now you can play like the best game of your life, and I'm with my phone, I'll tell you, okay, these are two dubious moves and this was a really bad one. Yeah. So I feel that in a way our commentator's task is to educate people on like how hard it is to make decisions over the board. So we are not robots, and it's also a competition between two humans.
Yeah.
And oftentimes what computer tells you being like a terrible mistake, it might be a very clever move which doesn't work specifically because of tiny tactical trick. Right, rook check to h3 back. And
actually, I think Vladimir Tukmakov wrote many interesting books, and recently wrote this book about preparation with engines, which in Russian is "Как не играет как компьютер," how not to play like computer. And he explains very well how to use engines, what is the difference between the train of thought of a human being and the algorithm that calculate moves. It's a very interesting book, but I have to say that, okay, Tukmakov is old school, but he trained Anish Giri and is a very, very good trainer, fantastic trainer. Actually won Olympiad with Ukraine,
absolutely.
If I'm not wrong, in 2004.
There was 2004, and I think he was still a coach in 2012 when it was a second goal for.
Fantastic player, and because he is of course of old school, but he managed to update his knowledge and
to actually put computers to good use.
Yeah.
Okay, so now that's funny. Computer still thinks, it's right, it tells us it's a draw. However, black will be already 2 pawns up after that. Because originally I thought king e5 to kind of hunt this knight, but this in reality would lose to rook e4. And this is something I always thought to be unfair, that you cannot capture this rook. Because the knight is pinned, so you are winning a piece. You take on e4 and then the king on g6. You're a rook up, but it cannot, according to laws of chess, you cannot do this. So king e5 would be a mistake. And what white has to do is to play this modest move. And apparently it's still a draw, but I can easily see how you're not making a draw in this one. After all, it's 2 pawns and some knight forks here and there. Pichot is low on time. He played his last move in 4 seconds.
How many seconds?
34. 34 now. That's 30 seconds increment, but it's incredible. I feel bad, Lorenzo, that I'm keeping you hostage here for a
No, no
very,
worries,
very
no
long
worries.
round, you know. For the very, very long round. Yeah, okay.
Queen
The pawn, of course,
King,
is taken.
H4.
The pawn is taken, and now King G3 over maybe King F3 is also good. Yeah, King F3, King G3 should. So just don't go King E5. Just don't go King E5, and it's fine.
But it's always very interesting and instructive to watch this kind of endgames after 5 hours of play. So, for instance, in 2-3 months, this endgame will be published in some chess magazine, and everyone will have the opportunity to analyze this position in a calm way, relaxed, with a fresh mind. Instead, you have to think that everyone has to think that these players are playing since 5 hours. Fatigue comes in, they are tired,
of course.
and it's really, really hard, even for professionals. Like
Absolutely. Also, sometimes maybe this particular one is not the right example, but sometimes also what was happening previously in the game affects you a lot. Like if you were winning and now you have to fight for a draw, let's say, and it's usually hard to do. And then so I know what you're saying. Like I also had a bit of disappointment when Dvoretsky at some point he was publishing this tragicomedies
in the
tragicomedies, and if you read between the words, it would say like, okay, these grandmasters, they don't know how to play the endgame, and I only spend a week with my engine to find out what so that's seriously that I understand his suggestions are the mathematically correct answer, but it doesn't kind of show how hard it is to play over the board.
Yeah, it doesn't face the problem of over the board play.
Absolutely. So if anything, I think we should be praising when they actually do get the stuff
of course,
correct.
Absolutely.
And
absolutely.
It's also that there's many examples, and Pichot himself, he won 2 absolutely fantastic endgames in the previous rounds.
That's exactly what I told in Dubai. I was there for the World Chess Championship between Carlsen and Nepo, and I was interviewed by Norwegian television the day after Magnus win. Mm-hmm. And of course, they wanted to know about the chess part of this famous endgame with Queen against three pieces and so on. But somehow they were amazed by my answer, because I told them, look, yesterday Magnus showed not only or not mainly his chess qualities. Everybody knows he's
reasonably good at chess.
Yeah. But he showed above all that he's a great athlete. After 7 hours at 1 a.m., 2 a.m., winning this kind of endgame in a world championship. And it shows he's an outstanding athlete.
It was amazing. Yeah, it was amazing how he kind of managed to keep the composure and just go on and on and on and find new chances and then new
with
chances.
Increment and
right. It was crazy. I think now the pawn is getting lost. King F5 was apparently a better try to go to F5, and for now at least White doesn't have Bishop F4.
Yeah.
So Jordan was trying to achieve the same for whatever, unpinning the knight, of course, but for whatever reason decided to go to Via F7, and now I don't see how to keep the C pawn.
No, I think now
Bishop F4, because this is not an idea, right? I mean, very often you would say I trade and I win the pawn endgame, but that's a wrong pawn, and also the king is too far.
Yeah.
So inevitably we are getting closer and closer to
a draw.
To all 10 games on the top boards being finished, to a nice, lovely dinner in Sardinia.
Yeah. Body language is Pichot is a little bit relieved, while Jordan seems to realize that.
Maybe the last move was not. Again, it's strange to criticize, as we know position technically was a draw in most cases,
but of course also visually Jordan had the feeling that he could win this one, and rightfully, I think.
Absolutely, like even if he wasn't sure, like
if I'm winning here or not, of course I have the chances with 2 extra pawns. Come on. Yeah. So maybe the last moment of kind of a pause. He still has 6 minutes, Jordan. And then let me check. I think it might as well be the last game in the tournament hall.
Very likely.
Yeah, it might be the very last game in the tournament hall. Yeah, I don't see anything from the 50 live board. I think everything is finished.
So if you are afraid tomorrow will be the same, you will not have me live. Otherwise,
No,
the round will last too much.
We are not superstitious at all. We are not superstitious at all, but indeed it seems, yeah, we are shown the absolutely empty, no, not the absolutely empty playing hall, unless these are people just having fun playing quiet games. No,
the ref would never allow this.
Yeah. These are still some games in progress, but for whatever reason, I don't see them on the live boards.
No, they are not on the live boards.
That's not a live board.
Yeah,
yes,
not
that's how we're able to tell.
Yeah, definitely.
DDG boards didn't change much since I've last seen them, and it was 25 years ago or something. Yeah. It's incredible. Chess is such a, we are such a traditionalist. Right, so it has to be played on a wooden board with the kind of the same pieces as Staunton pieces are kind of the best, and it was literally made for Staunton.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
if you want to be even more traditional, we want Dubrovnik style. Dubrovnik model.
Yeah, and that was what for candidates in
candidates
in like 60s or something. Yeah. Okay, so in fact he found knight to d7 trick. Yes, of course, I should not forget about this being a thing.
Fork.
This being a thing, yeah. And this, I mean, this is a funny endgame.
Ooh.
This is a funny endgame. I don't know if people at home are aware, but this is, like the king goes here, and so the trick is that this endgame you would expect to be easily winning for black, but it's only winning with the pawn on h5, and then if you go, let's say, over here, you go h4, and all of a sudden it's... Oh, wait, maybe in this particular... Maybe I've done something wrong because computer 4... No, I have to go on the
h2, otherwise you are cut out.
Yeah, on the h file, and then after h4, it's all of a sudden a draw. So, this will not happen, though. The pawn is already gone. So, of course, nicely spotted this trick. King e3, knight f8, captured, knight e6, rook e4. So this game is already finished as well. The game without the digital board. And so now I guess Pichot and Van Forest are the last people playing. Jordan, come on. Time to have dinner. You had chances. I'm actually wondering, did he really have? No, probably not. Probably Pichot was always controlling the situation.
Oh, rook g1.
Rook g1. Honestly, somewhere around this. Wait a second. He's actually tricky. I just realized because now if you say go bishop e5, all of a sudden you have lost to a very funny tactical motif. It's a check here, and doesn't matter if it's d3 knight c5, or g3 knight
it's
g5.
A mirror trick.
Yep.
Like they say in the studies.
Absolutely, but Pichot is impressive in the endgame. What can I say? King f2.
King f2, very precise.
King f2, just pushing the rook away. And you're insisting on playing this one. Seriously, I'm very, very impressed. Okay, now computer with all its inventiveness, it actually shows a funny way of making a draw. Just attacking the h5 pawn. I don't know, like if the pawn moves forward, probably it's easier for the... you know what? It's a silly thing to say, but after rook e5, h4, if, let's say, if you have the table base connected, you are allowed to take
and then king
to take
g2
and go king g2.
Draw. Yeah.
Which is very funny, of course. Yeah, and the other, obviously, the other trick about rook e5 that after knight f4, rook f5 and take the knight.
Draw, yeah.
Played bishop. I don't want to play here. Wow, that's a that's a nice t-shirt. Because I think there was the other one where it said I don't want to blunder, and this makes more sense, but that's quite an ironic one. I don't want to play here.
Well, actually, could be also interpreted in a nice way here in Sardinia, because as it happened to me a few years ago, I was registered for a tournament. I came here in Sardinia, and then before the first round, I decided not to play because I wanted to stay 1 week on the beach.
Right, you are. That's
instead of playing chess.
That's exactly the argument I had with myself, because I still feel, even though I'm retired as competitive player, and very occasionally I do play chess, and there was an open tournament in Portugal with non-important prizes, but just a nice place and so on.
In the south, maybe.
Yeah. And
Algarve,
I was thinking to go, and then I thought, no, I will not go. I love Portugal, but I will not go there to play a chess tournament, because as much as I'm a retired player, I will start caring, I'll start preparing, and so on and so on. So this prospect of nice vacation, it will turn into, nightmare. Yeah. And especially since I'm not training, I was very likely to play poorly as well. Okay, knight g7, wants to get it to f5. I feel like this is, we are witnessing the perfect illustration why sometimes people criticize the time control with an increment.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course, an increment makes sense for people not to lose on time positions with extra rook. This is, I always thought it was kind of silly.
On the other hand, we cannot pretend to go on adjournment like we did in the good old days, because there are computers.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Yeah. Well, so after that, how do you even continue playing? Okay, he has this idea of rook a5, rook a5, rook e5, and I say that this is over. Yeah, I'm just looking for the lines to exchange something. Bishop for the knight, rook for the rook, exchange rooks, because then the game stops, right? So I'm not quite sure what the plan is for Jordan. Yeah, king f4 is played.
King f4, yeah.
King f4 is played.
Knight d6.
Knight d6 played quickly. Fun fact. So we have Stockfish running on the background. It's not very informative. It was giving like zeros all the time. But now after knight d6, rook e5 has a valuation of 0.1.
Okay.
Of 0.01. So somehow perhaps white wins the pawn back, and then the bishop is stronger than
the knight. Yeah, but instead he played rook e1.
Rook e1, still good, of course. No.
He will attack the pawn.
Attack the pawn from h1 or with king g5.
Yeah,
that's all over. It's just the formality. And it's understandable from Van Forest's perspective. He was better, as he said at some point. He could probably sincerely believe that it's close to winning or just winning position, but Pichot was defending very, very well.
Okay, h4 I think is just
H4, King G4, and I think this. Wait a second. King G4, it's this. And then computer, of course, wouldn't care. It will take, but
Rook and knight against rook, but then we stay here until midnight.
no, we don't. No. That's per agreement with organizers. Rook and knight against rook are not common. We declare it to be a draw, and I will, if something bad happens, I will have to apologize to our dear viewers tomorrow.
Rook H1.
Rook H1.
Yeah.
Move 80. Still goes on and on and on.
But okay, for Italian standards, 8:15, it's
still fine.
Still
to
fine.
have
Yeah. In
dinner.
the summer, it's early, but we are still not yet in the summer.
Still fine to have dinner, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but okay. I mean, we got stuck with this game. There have been a lot of really interesting games today. A lot of like nice patterns, middle games, end games, everything. Oh, I didn't see this one, for instance. It's finished long ago. Sometimes when the round is closer to the end, I just like to browse through the games that finished and look for some funny final positions like this one, for example.
With 2 queens.
So black won with quite a bit of extra material. Black won with, and you can imagine it was a very sharp game, like because black king all of a sudden is on G4. Yeah. And there, wait a second. Rook A4, King E5. What is the chance that we will have not rook and knight, but rook and bishop against the rook? Because if anything, white made quite a bit of progress.
This is a draw, yeah. So you can see also from the body language of
Yeah.
Jordan.
Knight D4, and I think, what a rookie mistake. Instead of taking on D4, rook F4 intermediate was a must. To assert dominance. Yeah, of course. No, just to say, you know what, I can also be tricky. Anyway, so that's the end of this never-ending game. That's the end of round 7, which interestingly keeps the leading group pretty much intact. So Parkhov is still leading the tournament individually. It's getting crowded in the peloton, half a point behind, because all 4 pursuers made a draw, and then someone lost, but again that makes them substituted. So how many? Up to 7 players. So sharing second to 8th place. No, we just got updated, and it's not 8, it's 9 at the very least.
Yeah,
it's 9 at the very least, possibly more. So, as you said, everything will be decided in the last round for sure.
Very interesting tournament, and Italy still has 1 player in the top 5.
Yeah,
yesterday
Lorenzo
was Luca Moroni. Today is Lorenzo.
So Lorenzo is joining the action for the first place.
He will have a shot for the first place.
Yep. Okay, so Luca, thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks everybody for joining us. Thanks. Thanks. I don't know if people on Alexandra's stream are still there, but Alexandra is with us, next to us. Thanks everyone, and see you tomorrow.
See you.